Good evening and welcome to this August 26th, 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting. The time is 6:32 p.m. Welcome to Council Chambers. If this is your first time at City Hall, my name is Lara Sonoika and I am the mayor of the city of Rolling Meadows. So today there will be two consecutive meetings. The first is the Committee of the Whole. So starting now and then immediately following the Committee of the Whole is the City Council meeting. During the months of June, July, and August, the City Council meets once per month to address business. During the rest of the year, however, the City Council regularly meets 3 times. The second and fourth Tuesdays of the month are City Council meetings where official votes take place to pass resolutions and ordinances, and those meetings begin at 7 p.m. And the third Tuesday of the month is reserved for the Committee of the Whole, which is the kind of meeting we're having today. During the Committee of the Whole, no official votes take place. So this is an opportunity for city staff to present topics and for the council members to ask questions, make suggestions, and for the public to weigh in on various topics. We're excited that you're here. This is how good government works, is when we have participation from the community. So while this is not a courtroom with a judge, there are specific parliamentary procedures that the council members follow with the presiding officer. And that's in order to secure the rights of the citizens of the city to fair and just representation before their elected officials, and to guarantee to us, the elected officials, an order and dignified form in which to conduct the city's business. So what this means is that no person shall be allowed to engage in any activity that will disrupt or disturb the orderly proceedings of the City Council. We are a community in Rolling Meadows that is respectful to one another, and while there will be opinions this evening vocalized today that may differ from your own, we show respect to one another by following our rules of procedures. And it makes us proud to serve our communities because we have that high level of dignity and respect for one another. So each member that signs in on the sign-in sheet will be allowed 2 minutes to speak in order to make sure that everyone in this packed room has a chance to speak. Normally, the public comment would be only 20 minutes. We're going to extend that because we want to hear from all of you. So per the rules of procedure, excuse me, I just swallowed a bug. Per the rules of procedure, the public is to address the City Council once I have water.
Here.
Thank you.
This one's brand new.
Thanks, everyone. Appreciate your respect. So per the rules of procedure, the public is to address the City Council, and the fact that no member of the City Council responds does not mean that the City Council or any member thereof agrees or disagrees with the comment. So when you come up to make your public comment, the council won't have discussion with you. We won't make any comments. I won't make any comments because those 2 minutes are dedicated exclusively to what you want to share in public comment. So the city clerk will indicate when you have 15 seconds left in those 2 minutes to wrap up your comments. And it's really important that you stick to those 2 minutes because we want to hear from everyone who came to speak this evening. This also means that you can't yield time to other members of the public because if everyone yielded their time and we had one person who was speaking then for 90 minutes, it's just not equitable for everyone here because everyone gets a chance to be able to speak. And we want to be fair to everyone. So a couple things then just to summarize. Any person who seeks to address the City Council at this time for public comment shall be permitted to speak upon resignation of the presiding officer, so in this meeting that would be myself, and such person shall adhere to the following provisions which are included in our city code. Each person addressing the City Council shall state their name for the record. Each person shall be granted no more than 2 minutes, and again, I'm extending the allotted time from 20 minutes to exhausting the sign-in sheet that we have. And then as the presiding officer, I will also then be able to state when the next person will come up. So we'll actually have everyone line up when it's time for public comment, and the city clerk will designate when you have your 15 seconds and when your time is completed. Commentary shall be directed to the presiding officer unless the presiding officer permits the individual to address the council members or other city officers present, and discussion shall again take place in a professional manner which displays mutual respect, and profanity shall not be used in any form or manner. While these rules of procedure are in play during public comment, they also extend to presentations by city staff. Staff have a job to do, and they will respectfully listen to your comments as we're listening to yours. And it's important that we allow city staff to present facts to the council and allow council members to ask those follow-up questions. That's why we're here. So now, the format of the Committee of the Whole is the following. It's a little bit different from regular city council meetings. First, city staff will present an agenda item. Then, just the council will have an opportunity to deliberate, ask follow-up questions from staff, and discuss. And then the presiding officer will open up the floor for public comment. So you'll know, I will invite the comment to be able to line up at the podium, state their name for the record, and provide their 2 minutes. After that, then the council returns and will deliberate once more before moving on to the next item on the agenda. So with that, the first item on the Committee of the Whole agenda is the regulation of e-bikes. And for that, I will defer to Deputy Police Chief Tony Peluso. He will have a PowerPoint presentation, and then we do have signatories on the sign-in sheet for this. So as I mentioned with that format, city staff will present first, council will have discussion, and then we will open that up to the public for those who signed in to discuss this item. Whenever you're ready, Deputy Chief.
All right, thank you. Mayor, members of the council, thank you for having me. I'm here to present some brief information to you about the regulation of low-speed electronic bicycles, otherwise known as e-bikes. Power, there we go. Since January of 2018, there has been an Illinois state statute in place regulating low-speed e-bikes. I will refer to them as e-bikes throughout, if that's okay. They're obviously a very popular mode of transportation now, and we are seeing rising use within the city of Rolling Meadows and everywhere, pretty much everywhere you go. An ordinance we have on hand here has been drafted for your consideration, and I will move forward. So e-bikes are divided into 3 classes, Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3. And I have a graphic on this coming up. But Class 1 is a top speed of 20 miles per hour. They are pedal assisted, but when the rider stops pedaling, the electronic assist will stop. Class 2 is also 20 miles per hour, has a throttle though, in addition to pedals. And when the bicycle reaches the top speed of 20 miles per hour, the electronic assist will stop. Class 3 low-speed bicycles has a motor capable of assisting the rider that has pedals, but the top speed of these bikes are 28 miles per hour. I'll get into the more specific regulations of these. I'm going to back up just for a second. So in this state statute, and what tends to makes a little confusion come about, is that it adds a low-speed electric bicycle is not a moped or a motor-driven cycle. So there is some confusion on what those things are. So I have some graphics for you. I have an old school moped on the left, pedal assisted. You don't see too many of these anymore, but the speed range of these are up to 20 miles an hour, up to 30 miles an hour. Capable of producing 2 horsepower. They've gone electric, obviously, as everything has. But this is the characterization of a moped. A motor-driven cycle is a little different. This is a 150cc engine, which is a bigger engine displacement, usually gas motors, that are capable of higher speeds. That is the definition of a motor-driven cycle. Mini bikes, another thing you don't typically see anymore, not as common as they used to be. But typically driven on private property, not so much on the streets except for occasionally. Usually powered by something similar to a lawnmower engine. A pocket bike, though, is what's on the right. It looks like a small sport bike. They can be capable of speeds upwards of 50 miles an hour. They are not permitted on streets. Neither of these bikes are permitted on streets, and I should back up. These can be, with a certain type of driver's license, they can be permitted on streets. These are not. So just to give some highlights on what the ordinance contains that is proposed to you, and the most important points here are obviously the classes are defined in here, but the areas of operation are what's important to pay attention to. So they can be operated on highways, streets, and roadways in the city, the same place bicycles can go. That includes bicycle lanes, riding on the roadways to the right, not impeding traffic. And on bike paths. They cannot be operated on sidewalks. That is where the major difference is between low-speed electronic bicycles and regular bicycles. Regular bicycles are allowed on sidewalks. These are not. I gave you already the the highlights of how the motors work. As far as Class 3s go, these do have age restrictions in the state statute, and the city ordinance is basically drafted in line with the state statute. The operator of a Class 3 bike, Class 3 electronic bike, has to be 16 or older. Passengers can be on these bikes if they're under 16 as long as the bike is designated to carry a passenger, and the electric motor has to disengage when the biker stops pedaling. Class 3s also have to have a speedometer. It's required equipment. So this is a graphic that kind of gives you a little picture on the different classes of the bikes that we covered here. I've already covered these definitions, and the major difference here is the Class 2 actually has a throttle that the rider can use in lieu of the pedals, whereas the Class 1 and Class 3 bikes are pedal assisted with the electric motor, no throttle. So the classification of electronic bicycles that we need to address here is what's known in some circles as an e-moto. So this is what is very popular in use. However, they are capable of very high speeds, and they do not fit the definition of a Class 1, Class 2, or Class 3 electronic bicycle. The limitations on motor size for the Class 1, 2, and 3 are 750 watts, which is basically 1 horsepower. These devices are capable of speeds upwards 50, 60 miles an hour. It's essentially an electronic motorcycle. So they are also referred to as out-of-class electric vehicles, electric motorcycles, electric dirt bikes. They are not currently defined in the Illinois Vehicle Code. That is anticipated in spring or summer of 2026, where the state statute will address these e-motos. One notable difference, other than their appearance, which look like motorcycles, is these bikes do not have pedals. They have pegs, which is just a stationary place for you to put your feet in lieu of a pedal. They are not included in this ordinance. They would not be permitted or regulated within this ordinance. This is a graphic that's been developed by Ride Illinois. This kind of gives a snapshot of where different types, different classes of different bikes are allowed to ride. It also includes e-scooters. This has been included in your packet, but bicycles are obviously the least restricted and can ride just about everywhere. E-motos, which is the last things I showed you, are essentially not permitted in most places other than roads, and typically are ridden by people with driver's licenses. So I did include some crash statistics. The state of Illinois does not include right now electronic bikes as a tracking mechanism on state crash reports. They do, however, include bicycles. So in 2023, we did have several incidents, mostly minor, including with bicycles. 2024, there was one incident that involved a fatality that did include an e-bike. There were many circumstances around that crash. In 2025, we've had one involving an injury and one in property damage only. I would anticipate with the large prevalence of use of these types of devices, the Illinois crash reports probably will change in what they track. So I'm sure we will see that in the future. So as far as what surrounding villages are doing, I know that's something we'd always like to keep track of. Arlington Heights has a proposed ordinance right now. They have not passed the ordinance yet, mostly in line with what's in the state ordinance or state statute. But what they did include is a provision that prohibits reckless operation of these devices. Every one of these ordinances that I've seen from the other towns all include a provision for fines and also impoundment of these e-bikes if our officers were to encounter them in an enforcement situation. That is included in our ordinance as well. So just to sum up, our ordinance is in line with the state statute, and they would be permitted on streets and paths, but not on sidewalks. Something to discuss is a possible prohibition on reckless operation. And just to cover, the e-motos or electronic dirt bikes are anticipated to be defined in the state statute potentially in 2026. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you very much. Council, do we have any follow-up questions? Yes, Alderman O'Brien.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Chief. Super helpful information. First of all, kudos to you and the team. I know we talked about e-scooters last meeting and put some provisions in place there, and I know the schools, residents have been welcoming of that through the education programs with the schools now that we're back in session. Just two thoughts is that based on some research, I know the state looked at this, the county looked at it, because a couple of residents that reached out was, I ride from Meadows to Palatine, to Arlington Heights to Schaumburg, and you could all have different regulations, which is true. So I'm doing some research just for some of the questions that I've received on this topic is, it seems like Cook County couldn't come to consensus, and the state couldn't either. So now that's why it's up to each municipality to look at. I fully support as drafted. I would even be encouraged to put something or strongly, if we could put in reckless operation, as well as outlawing the 750 cc's, because I know that's the biggest problem based on their speed. The other question I have for my peers is, I believe when we adopted the scooter policy, it was 18 based on that state law, or maybe it's for Attorney Wolf. Can we adjust? I just think from an enforcement and education perspective, or could we bring that back to align to 16? Because I think that aligns with a driver's license, but certainly don't want to conflict with state law. Just from an education and enforcement perspective, I like 16 because it's a driver's license, and the handful of residents reached out on this, thought that made sense too. I just don't know if that would conflict with state law, seen as more stringent, less stringent, or if we'd be able to do that.
So is your question first clarification from the city attorney?
Please.
All right, so I think the clarification then was on whether the previous ordinance regarding e-scooters would be applicable here to make them consistent.
So the e-scooter age restriction of 18 was a state law, age limitation. Yeah.
So we're not able to adjust that, is that correct? Or it probably depends on how each municipality, because as some of the other ones, not necessarily these pulled here by Deputy Chief, we all see the newspaper, some are doing 14, some are doing 18, so that's the only reason I asked. Certainly don't want to conflict with state law, just was a question I received since other areas are saying 16 for the scooters.
Yes. Well, as a home rule municipality, I could look into whether we would, as the city, have the authority to do that. But I think when we considered this at that time, the consensus was to regulate in accordance with state law. And so I'd have to get back to you on
Sure,
that.
and that's absolutely fine. I don't even know if my peers will. I mean, I know it would be a future meeting, but that was the only questions I received from residents. Thank you. Thanks, Chief.
And then Alderman O'Brien, to clarify, the other request that you would like is to have a ban on the third item. Deputy Chief, can you repeat what you had called that earlier? Is it just the e-motos is what you had stated?
Correct. There are many terms for them, but out-of-class electric vehicles is probably the most broad term.
Okay.
It wouldn't fit under the definition of the class 1, 2, or 3.
Okay, and to clarify, was your request then to also include an amendment to this ordinance to also have that ban? Because it's currently not present in the ordinance as drafted.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's exactly, yeah,
Okay.
thanks for clarifying that. If, I would like to see that, or, because right now, if somebody's riding one of these anywhere, we don't have a way to either enforce or not enforce. So we're kind of in a gray area.
Right. They would have to be riding it in such a way that it's dangerous. We have ability to enforce those types of things, but
Right.
but no, just they would be
Okay,
treated as
so just for
bicycles.
discussion, I'd be interested to see what
Sure.
my peers think about that, is because those are the ones I've heard the most concern about, are the ones, they're on the street because they can go those speed limits, but I want to make sure we have a way to regulate it and enforce.
No, and I think if those devices were trusted to people that have driver's license and are familiar with the rules of the road and are experienced drivers, I think that would be one thing. But I think putting a child on that device that's capable of such high speeds, I think that's opening up to a lot of potential for danger.
Thanks, Mayor. So yeah, just, I mean, I know it's on the council meeting agenda too, but that was just my couple clarifications. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Alderman Budmats.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Two questions. Out-of-class electric vehicles, so that means they don't have a license plate, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then second question, unrelated, Class 3 e-bikes, if they're going over 20 miles per hour on a 20-mile-per-hour street, can we give them a ticket for speeding?
It's not necessarily defined as a motor vehicle on a roadway, so I'm not sure we would be able to cite them for speeding. That's typically reserved for motor vehicles.
So can we write into our ordinance then that driving a Class 3 e-bike over the speed limit would be considered reckless?
Speed in itself isn't always inherently reckless. I can see how you would think that. It does make sense. In court, I would say that doesn't always hold up. Speed is speed. It can contribute to recklessness. I'm not trying to be unclear in my answer, but it's kind of a loaded question in court. So unless your definition of reckless included high speed, I don't think speed on its own would necessarily constitute recklessness.
Thank you.
So maybe getting to the objective of that is making sure that if you have a motorized vehicle that's behaving like a car or a motorcycle, where you would have a license plate, you would have a specific driver's license for the motorcycle, why wouldn't, are you trying to make some more equivalency within?
I'm just
Yeah.
trying to, it seems like there's an opportunity for people to drive a vehicle without a license plate and seemingly, and not obey the speed limit for that street as if it were a car and it was going 30 and a 20, you could give it a ticket for 10 over.
Right.
So, but it doesn't sound like that we have that opportunity here.
As written, no.
So Deputy Chief Peluso, from an enforcement standpoint, because the council wants to be able to partner with you, you brought this ordinance before us,
Sure.
we want to make sure that we're not passing an ordinance that's going to be burdensome on the police force. We want to make sure that this is something that is enforceable. What recommendations would you have, given the spirit of Alderman Budmetz's question?
I think the biggest things that we would be concerned about as far as enforcement on the police department is probably the areas where these are ridden. The primary concerns we get, the primary complaints we get are, for example, let's say somebody on a path that's using that path to walk. E-bikes are sometimes, the complaints we get are these e-bikes are riding up on them from behind, maybe not announcing that they're there, and they kind of quote unquote buzz them. So I would probably be a little bit more concerned with regulating the areas where they're ridden or how they're ridden, maybe with signage. Education would be the most important component here, and letting people know in our public or our social media education to let people know to drive safely. If they're going to be allowed on paths, which they are in this ordinance, to ride them safely, be mindful of pedestrians. I think the areas of riding are probably a little bit, they would be more of what we could enforce effectively. Making a traffic stop on a bicycle on a street is not the easiest thing to do. The last thing we're going to do is if somebody's on a bicycle and they take off, in a manner of speaking, where we're not going to be chasing people on bikes. And education is the most important component of this whole thing for us. So
Okay.
Areas of riding would probably be the easiest thing the most effective thing for us to be able to get across to the public.
Okay.
Hope I answered your question.
I think so. Alderman Budmetz, did you have any follow-ups to that?
Nope,
Okay.
I'm great.
Alderman Boucher.
Coming from the ward that has the high school, and we probably see a majority of e-bike use, I am excited to see e-bike regulations on our agenda. I see a lot of near-miss accidents of kids who just don't know the rules of the road being given a vehicle that goes much too fast for what they potentially know how to handle. I would be very interested when e-motos get legislation in 2026 to also include that, because we see a lot of those in and out of the high school as well. But I think this is also a time for us for training to teach kids what the rules of the road of a bicycle are. A lot of kids just think I'm on a bicycle, so I don't have to follow the rules of the road. I see a lot of kids blow stop signs, a lot of kids turn into traffic. So I don't know if there's a possibility for us to do training or to offer a training course where kids could come in and learn the rules. Because, I mean, a lot of these kids haven't had bike safety since they went to Elk Grove Township and did bike safety course. So I think that would be a great opportunity for us as well to help, not just legislate, but help make kids be able to make safer choices. So is training, like something like that, something we could offer our students from the high school who are going to be using these to and from?
Our school resource officers are involved in education of their student body, and I think that would probably be the best opportunity for us to utilize those school resource officers. They would have the greatest reach having all the children in one building at one time. I'm not sure logistically how that would work in each building, but that would probably be the most effective way to do it, is to reach out to them in the schools when they have an opportunity to reach out to the kids and conduct training sessions.
I would
It's a
love to see
possible
that. Because
opportunity.
I just don't want to see someone's kid leaving the high school getting hit because there's so much traffic and they're just going. So,
Sure.
thank you.
Alderman Kohler.
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Chief, I have about 3 topics to cover here. One is in part of the 7th Ward, we have no sidewalks, so and part of it we do. I'm concerned about the sidewalk issue because I have a hard time telling what a Class 1, Class 2, Class 3 bike is.
Sure.
And I do know the kids, and we had the same topic come up with us with motorized scooters, as to it's hard to tell what we're talking about here, but I see kids as young as probably 7, 8 years old.
Yes.
And that's what parents buy, right?
Right.
So are you seeing the same thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Both here and the community where I live, yeah.
Yeah, so I have an issue with whether we're going to be able to,
Sure.
how we're going to manage all that, especially since in some areas we don't have sidewalks, or where we do have sidewalks, I don't want to see a 7-year-old necessarily taking his e-bike onto the street.
Right.
So that I can see as an issue.
Understood.
Number 2 on so take that into consideration
Yes.
when we work out our ordinances on that. Number 2, do we have a helmet ordinance in the city?
No.
Should we?
It would be the safest for the kids to operate bikes with helmets on.
Thank you.
Hard to
Thank you.
argue
I
with
think
that.
we should consider that as part of our ordinances. And my last item, following up on Mayor Alderman Boucher's comment, is we're in the budgeting process. If we could see a specific line item, because I think it's going to take more than just our standard education. I think we're going to have to re-educate. If we can see a specific line item in the budget for bicycle safety training, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, Alderman O'Brien.
Just to follow up to Deputy Chief, I know we talked about this during e-scooters. Obviously, defer to our excellent officers. We just don't want, I shouldn't say we, I brought it up during the scooters. If there's a kid riding their scooter safely to go to baseball practice, soccer, dance at the community center, obviously that's officer discretion, as with anything our officers do every day.
That's correct.
Okay, is that was the other point too, is that's how they get from school or from home down the street to our great Kimball Hill Park behind us, since that's part of the 3rd Ward. They're operating it safely. It's more of an education like we talked about
More
before.
of an education. The
Yeah,
last thing we
we'll
would want to do is fracture our relationship with the public by making this an over-enforced type of situation. If we could focus on the education, I think that would be our best approach.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments before we open this up to the public? All right. Oh, yes, of course. Manager Sabo.
So on the topic of education, the city is actually planning a bike rodeo event, which is intended to invite youth bicyclists and their families to come and actually participate in conjunction with city staff and other civic agencies around the community to talk about bike safety and engage in a fun environment to be able to do that. So that's an event that we are working on this year, and then depending on how it goes, we will continue to explore better ways and opportunities in the future to continue amplifying and providing that outreach and education to all members of our community.
Thank you, Manager Sabo. We have one signatory on the sign-in sheet regarding the we have 2 signatories on the sign-in sheet regarding the regulation of e-bikes. I'm going to bring Mr. David Simmons from Ride Illinois up first. Yes, and then we have 2 minutes. I also believe that Mr. Simmons. Yeah. Oh, perfect. Thank you. I was going to say, Mr. Simmons has also provided his comments to the council ahead of time. So if we run out of the 2 minutes, they have read it, and then if we have questions, we'll bring you forth later as well.
Perfect.
All right.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Sonoyka, members of the Rolling Meadows City Council. My name is Dave Simmons. I serve as Executive Director of Ride Illinois. We are the state's nonprofit bicycle advocacy organization. Our mission is to make Illinois better through biking. We strive to make it safer, easier, and more practical for adults and children to move about their communities outside of motor vehicles. I'm here this evening to share information about new mobility modes, e-scooters, e-bikes, micro-mobility devices that are increasingly included and in discussion at the state and local level. As a result, Ride Illinois has learned much about these modes, has been working to educate elected officials, decision makers, and the public on this topic. Micromobility devices such as e-bikes are popular as they offer inexpensive, sustainable, practical, enjoyable modes of travel for recreation, transportation, and everyday trips. They also help reduce transportation costs for individuals and families. As Deputy Chief Peluso noted, Illinois established 3 legal classes of e-bikes in 2018. 47 other states also recognize legal classes of e-bikes. Legal e-bikes, with few exceptions, are only sold in adult sizes. Ride Illinois recognizes that the industry has been moving faster than common sense regulations. This raises legitimate safety concerns. Money-hungry manufacturers are selling devices that are built on a bicycle frame with a motor greater than 750 watts and capable of going faster than 20 miles an hour without pedaling. These devices are not e-bikes and are commonly referred to as e-motos. Manufacturers are irresponsibly marketing e-motos to teens. Parents are purchasing e-motos without truly understanding the issues and the safety issues they pose.
15 seconds.
Municipalities that thoughtfully integrate new mobility modes are places where people, especially young people, prefer to live, work, and play. The draft ordinance pertaining to low-speed electric bicycles included in tonight's agenda is encouraging in that it aligns with existing state law. The City of Rolling Meadows can set a meaningful example for other communities, and with that, I encourage the City Council to adopt the ordinance as submitted.
Thank you. Mr. Brett Gradden?
Hi, my name is Brett D. Gradden. I want to address helmet laws to start off with for the e-bikes. I'm against that. I don't believe that we have a state law that requires motorcyclists to wear a helmet. So just for the record, I want to state that I'm against the helmets. I'm happy that the police and the public have the relationship that they do with e-bike riders. I'm an e-bike rider myself, and I find it to be a environmentally safe mode of transportation. Instead of firing up the car just to go up to Jewel, it's nice to take the e-bike, less expensive. I also want to add that I don't want licensing. I'm against having license plates for something that's that small. Can't think of what else I was going to say about that. Can I address the other topic, or should I come back up later for that?
So we'll come back up for that. Yes,
Okay.
but you do have 53 seconds if you'd like to
I'm-
take it to
I'm
remember
fine.
the other part. For
I think
e-bike.
I've said what I need.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so that concludes our public comment. And so we now bring back the item for council discussion. Are there any follow-up questions or requests from the city council regarding this item? Yes, Alderman Budmatz.
There's only 4 states in the United States that do not have a helmet law for motorcycles. Illinois is one of those, and there are numerous states that have helmet laws for riders under the age of 18. So these are just things for us to consider when we're drafting our ordinance. If we are going to have people who are under the age of 18 who want to ride these devices and travel at rates of speed that in some respects may be unmanaged, then we may need to be considering their safety for them, even if their parents aren't.
And then also, as far as the timing, after the committee of the whole, we will then have our regularly scheduled city council meeting where this draft ordinance is here for first reading. What that means is that it will be voted on, and if there are amendments like this, or we've given other direction to staff to provide information for the second reading, then that's what we'll see on second reading. So we don't have to defer or table that ordinance today. We can pass it on first reading with this kind of direction, with additional information as a staff report for the council to consider. Yes. Yes, Alderman Veneziano.
Thank you. I have actually a question for Mr. Simmons.
Okay, then would we like to bring him forth?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you. So
Yeah.
my computer was doing its own thing, moving up and down. So in your statement, you said that teens are not riding legal e-bikes. Teens are almost always riding e-motos. I'm going to go with Alderman Kohler here. I am very literate when it comes to e-motos and the e-bicycles. Especially in my ward, I get many, many complaints on what I think is probably an e-moto bikes, particularly from 2 particular streets. So can you please just educate us a little bit more on what in your statement that you truly believe that this is the case?
Well, I think the main point, or one point, is that legal classes of e-bikes are only sold in adult sizes, unless they're an adaptive bike built for children or some special case. The term e-moto is a working term. That's something that our organization is going to work to have added to the Illinois Vehicle Code, either added to the Vehicle Code or expand the definition of a moped. But that's where these devices belong. So the idea of clearly distinguishing between legal e-bikes and e-motos, out-of-class electric vehicles. That's one of our goals in the next legislative session. So the teens, I mean, we've seen them in our in my community, in Elk Grove and other, they're almost always little mini bikes without pedals, capable of going pretty darn fast. So that's the distinction we're making right now. Come a year from now, we'll have a better term for it, but that's the industry organization, People for Bikes, developed that term, so that's the term e-moto, so that's what they're using in discussion around the country right now.
Okay. And then follow-up question, is it your organization's hope that these e-motos get banned? Is that, or?
We don't want to ban them. We think if adults are
Or
using
adults.
them, and let's say they become a moped, probably require a license and
Okay.
insurance. Yeah, with kids on these, that's a recipe for disaster.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Alderman Kohler.
Stay there.
I'm not going anywhere.
Thank you. Thank you for your clarification.
Sure.
A couple questions about, you said something, I thought you said that legitimate bike manufacturers only make an e-bike for adult size, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so.
Legal classes of e-bikes, the 1, 2, or 3.
So I know, I have seen some, and I don't know the classification of bikes, but I would say they seem more like the off-road mountain bike type of class. Would you consider that an adult bike or a kid's bike? Because they're kind of in between sizes that kids are riding them.
I'd have to see it for sure. I mean, by statute in Illinois, legal e-bikes have to have a label on them. They even get so far as to talk about the point size and the font. So that's how you know if it has the label on it. But some of these other devices, I mean, the industry has gone nuts. It's a very money-hungry industry, and
I
they're
know.
tapping into people's appetite for other ways to get around.
My concern is that I do see kids, and I think you know that, that are riding bikes that are under the age of 16, obviously, that are not necessarily, don't look like adult-sized bikes, but are electronic or electric vehicles.
Right, those are probably going to be the e-motos. Almost, I mean, we've seen...
That's really bad then.
It is. Yeah, I mean, right. And that's where we get like groups of kids that makes the news. Right. So if legal e-bikes are built for adults, sure, you might have a 14-year-old that's, 5'8", 5'10", and could fit on it. But that's not the market of the legal e-bike manufacturers. It's the market of these other manufacturers who are just tapping into the public's interest, and they're making these devices that are built for kids that can go faster than legal e-bikes. And they don't have pedals oftentimes either.
Does Ride Illinois have a position statement on helmets?
We are opposed to helmet requirements. We strongly encourage folks to use them. Because the reason being, helmet requirements throughout decades and decades of these being introduced at local or state levels have only discouraged folks from riding. And the true cause of death and serious injury on roads across the country are motor vehicles. So if we discourage people from riding bicycles and that results in more trips by motor vehicle, we see that as a step backwards. So we stick with the term strongly encourage. Every time I ride a bike, I wear a helmet. If we do classes, events, helmets are required for those. But it does, from a municipal or state standpoint, ends up reducing the number of people that are riding bicycles.
Okay. Last comment to you is the City of Rolling Meadows is currently undertaking a review of its bicycle plans.
Wonderful.
Are you in touch with the city on that?
We have not, but we'd love to chime in.
Okay, we will be talking.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Of course, and just for some context, Alderman Kohler is chairing our environmental committee here at the City of Rolling Meadows, and so we do have quite a lot regarding our sustainability plan and our bike infrastructure as well. So,
Wonderful.
I believe Alderman Kohler, you also have Mr. Simmons' contact information from his letter that he presented to the council.
I'm staring at it.
Perfect. All right. Any other questions for Mr. Simmons while we have him before us? Okay. Do I need a motion to close that floor?
Motion made.
To move on to the next item?
I don't think we need it because we're in committee of the whole. Thank you for checking. Okay. So any other questions or comments then from council? All right, everyone, drum roll please, because we are now going to discuss the results of the Kirchhoff Road traffic study. This is our second item on the agenda. As I mentioned before, the way that this works is we first will have city staff present information. The council will then have discussion, and then we'll have public comment, and then there'll be discussion again before moving on. So for this item, we will be deferring to Assistant City Manager / Community Development Director Glenn Cole, and he will have a PowerPoint presentation for us this evening.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it will take us just a moment to get the PowerPoint set up. While we do that, as you so kindly introduced me, my name is Glenn Cole. I'm the Assistant City Manager for the city. I'm also the Community Development Director. Joining me tonight, and you'll hear a bit more from him throughout the presentation, is Steve Pouch from Civil Tech Engineering. You guys don't know Steve, of course, but he has 24 years of experience in the engineering field. We picked him as part of a very competitive process with a lot of interest to perform this study for the city after we were requested to do this by the City Council back around March to May of this year. With that introduction, this March to May of this year was the last step in a series of steps to create the Kirchhoff Road Corridor Study, which is a land use planning study for Kirchhoff Road. The city first started to think about the need to re-examine its approach to the road back in 2023. Throughout 2024, we spent a lot of time developing this plan. A big impetus, but not the only one, was the Bears relocation to Arlington Park, which we knew would present opportunities as well as challenges for this corridor as well as the city. This study is meant to find a fresh approach. It's informed by new perspectives. It was drawn from a wide range of community stakeholders through an intensive process of public engagement throughout 2024. There were open houses, there was free custard, there was going door to door, there was some signs. If you're a ratepayer in the city, you got a flyer in the mail, and so on and so on. We truly did try to make an effort to engage folks in Rolling Meadows. I know many of you people didn't hear about that. I wish that wasn't the case. I promise you, myself and our staff put a lot of time into trying to make that the case, in part because it's certainly more comfortable to speak with you all with free custard than here in a hot room. Part of, I'll just say on a personal note, we're not talking about the study here too long. We're really talking about one part of it, but in the last 2.5 years or so that I've been here with the city, to be frank, I have not heard people satisfied with the development of Kirchhoff Road, right? A lot of folks have opinions about it, and it's usually that it can be better, or at least that it is not what it once was or what have you, which I think underlines the importance of trying to find a new approach, knowing that doing the same thing that we've done over and over for 10, 20, 25, 30, however far back you can measure. I've heard, I think, all the way back to the founding of Woodfield Mall for our approach to this corridor. So in land use planning, it is broad, it is difficult because we are working with a lot of very different topics, right? We are trying to weave them, we're trying to interconnect them, we are trying to coordinate them. The many different things that this city, any city does. The study talks about recommendations in 4 categories. One is placemaking and open space. The second is economic development. The third is zoning, and the fourth is transportation. If you haven't seen it, planrollingmeadows.com was the website for this. This whole draft is still up there, and you're welcome to review it. The Plan Commission meeting, same time, same place, next Tuesday, is a chance to talk about this whole study. This is going to be an interesting study in my career, the first like it in my career, in that this was originally brought before the City Council in March. We were asked to take some time to more closely examine the transportation section, which is the topic of tonight's discussion. In the ensuing period of time, we will have implemented much of this plan before it is actually adopted, which I suppose is a pleasant change from how government usually runs these plans. In the world of placemaking and open space, the City Council's draft budget that they'll consider later this year includes a large budget to implement public wayfinding and public art. In the economic development section, the city is currently advertising for sale through an RFP process, the former fire station, as well as this parcel across here at City Hall. There are also some zoning changes in there. That entire zoning chapter is really done already. And then in this transportation section, there's this traffic study, and there's also a grant that we were directed to apply for, and we received from Cook County $50,000 to fund, if the council desires, the design of these proposed changes to Kirchhoff Road. There are a lot of other things in the study. We'd love to hear from you next Tuesday about them, but I do want to emphasize, again, with the timing on the agenda and so on, we have the folks here to talk about this transportation component. Throughout the study process, one of the earliest indications, one of the most consistent indications to me personally, was the importance of safety as it interacted with this road. The quote on the left comes from a petition that was circulated, signed by a few hundred residents after a fatality on the road back, I believe, in 2022. To read the quote out loud for those of you who can't see it. I see junior high kids trying to get home from school every day, and they stand there trying to find a time to cross, and they take unsafe chances. People don't even bother crossing at the crosswalk because no one stops or slows down. Back in March of 2024, we were at WOW Days at Carl Sandburg Junior High School. I was, I believe, with Alderwoman Boucher, convincing people that a career in local government was very boring. So if your child was in that session, I apologize. While I was doing that, our colleague Brian Larson with the Northwest Municipal Conference had the much smarter idea to engage students really in a survey without consulting with us first about their approaches to biking to walking. Again, the information there was a valuable data point in how we approach this, which was fewer than 20% of children in those two classes walked or biked. One of those children was hit in a hit-and-run crash about 2 blocks away from the school while on his bicycle, and they continued to report, even before I knew about this petition, honestly, that drivers weren't yielding, drivers were speeding at the intersection of Oriole and Kirchhoff Road, which has been a topic of the city's study outside of this particular project for some time. We heard this information. We kept hearing about this during the early public comment. That third quote on the right is from the existing conditions study, which is really the first checkpoint in this process. I believe we published this around June and July last year. To read it, quote, residents do not view Kirchhoff Road as a pedestrian-oriented corridor. While safe sidewalks are there, they do not feel safe crossing the 4-lane roadway or using a bicycle on it because vehicle speeds are too high. It goes on to talk about the convenience of bicycling and parking and so on. So with all that in mind, through the course of the year, we prepared this plan. This is the part we're all here to talk about tonight, which is the transportation section. The heart of it proposes to reconfigure Kirchhoff Road from 5 lanes to 3 lanes. So you take that outside travel lane in each direction in the commercial sections, you convert it to on-street parking as well as to a bicycle lane, which reduces traffic to just go through those 1 lane in each direction, and that's center turn lane. If you're not familiar with this project, that's not the full length of Kirchhoff Road. That's just from frontage down to Wilkie, so it doesn't change how traffic interacts with Route 53. It's really just in the commercial section. And then even as you get towards Wilkie in the residential section, there's no benefit to on-street parking there. The parkway just comes out in those sections to just the lane of travel and the bicycle lane. The reasons to do that in current planning are, again, we get a supply of on-street parking, which is helpful for other goals in the plan, but I should emphasize we would recommend this even without on-street parking. Getting protected bike lanes, as you just heard a bit about from Deputy Chief Peluso, helps us to separate different types of traffic. So we separate bicycles from vehicles, we separate bicycles from pedestrians. We get to make a lot of improvements to the parkway, to sidewalks, to crossings. We get to better control the speeds on this road. And at the time, from our original planning assumptions, we believe the level of traffic on the road was low enough that you can do this without affecting traffic. You could do this while leaving room for future growth if other parts of the plan are successful. Which brings us to this study that you'll hear about from Steve momentarily. This was, we went out at the City Council's direction earlier this year. We did a very competitive selection for an experienced engineering firm to come in and take a fresh look at some of the assertions in the Kirchhoff Road corridor study. So that's done by planners with a little bit of help from engineers, but we're not collecting new data. We're just applying the information at hand to point in a direction. The work that Civil Tech did is much more comprehensive. They took new traffic counts, they counted turning movements, they counted speeds, they prepared projections of the traffic that's forecasted to come in Kirchhoff Road, and the traffic that's forecasted to come from our region. And they use that to make models that forecast how different configurations of the road, of growth, will work, which you'll hear about. This is a dense report. The basic part of it is about 30 pages or so, 20 to 30, and of course there's another 400 pages of appendices. I'm sure you all read that very carefully over this weekend. I do want to give you the conclusion up front and a bit of a framework to use to organize your thoughts as you hear from Steve about the technical parts of this. So the conclusion, which you'll find on that last page from Civil Tech, is that a lane reduction on Kirchhoff Road is viable, as it will not significantly affect travel times or substantially increase delays at traffic signals, even as traffic volumes increase in the future. Conversion of Kirchhoff Road to a consistent 3-lane cross-section would markedly improve safety. The 3 buckets here to think about. The first is that it would not significantly affect travel times or increase delays. Usually in these projects, first of all, as a community development director, you don't recommend them because people hate them. And then second of all, you expect that when we do these studies, there will be trade-offs. I've done projects like this before. I've been involved in them, not too many. Steve has done more, but this project is notable in that there really are very few trade-offs. All traffic continues to clear signals in one green light. So when you pull up to a signal, you get through in one cycle of the signal. At most, there's 20 seconds of added delay in your trip from Wilkie to Rolling Road. That varies depending on time of day. That can be as low as, I think, 6 to 8 seconds. And the biggest thing about that delay is a lot of it is coming because more pedestrians are using the road who are cycling that signal that you have to yield to so that they can get across. Which is to say that a big part of that extra delay is not whether or not anything happens, but it's if this project is successful in its goals. The second part is even as traffic volumes increase in the future, in the measurements Civil Tech did, there's very little to no growth. What little there is really from the townhomes being built at the former Dominick site. There's 2,600 new daily trips over the next 25 years coming from regional destinations. That's really the redevelopment of Arlington Park. So nothing in here tries to deal with what happens on those 8 game days a year. But the new retail, the new restaurants, the new hotels, that is baked in and accounted for in these projections. And then that includes 3,900 new daily trips if we are successful in redeveloping the 2 city-owned sites and 1 privately owned site on Kirchhoff Road. I do want to emphasize that local development number is bigger than the effects of Arlington Park is forecasted. To a large extent, we control our destiny in Rolling Meadows when it comes to how this corridor will develop. Finally is just safety. The numbers that were in the corridor study were, I would say, bad. There was a lot of speeding, there were a lot of accidents. The numbers that have been compiled in this study that Steve is about to talk about, quite frankly, are worse. It's objective that Kirchhoff Road has unsafe speeds, that has more accidents than similar roads, especially involving bicyclists and pedestrians. Some of the estimates that Civil Tech did in one segment of the road showed that this can cut those accidents in half. And generally speaking, as you'll hear about, those accidents become less severe the slower that vehicles are going at the point of that accident. And then finally, we've looked a lot at Oriole Drive for the reasons that you've heard about earlier in this presentation. There aren't recommended improvements there from the last safety study we did there because 5 lanes of traffic is a lot to manage for a successful crossing, but reducing this to 3 lanes gives us a lot more options to make that a safe intersection at that important location. With all that said, I will give it over to Steve Pouch.
Well, thank you. You spoke really well and introduced this, so I will try not to repeat too much of what you said, but we will go into detail on a lot of these points. We'll dive deeper. First, a little bit about myself. I'm a licensed professional engineer and a certified traffic operations engineer. I work for Civil Tech Engineering, and we primarily serve municipal clients in Northeast Illinois and Southeast Wisconsin with transportation projects. And our main office is in Itasca, so we're pretty familiar with the northwest suburbs. Our analysis is primarily from a safety and traffic flow perspective with a lens to that. There are definitely other considerations, economic and livability, so forth, that there's implications that were not included in this study, but there's of course there's other literature available out there that discusses that. So flip to the next slide. We'll talk first about the current conditions. So to quantify these, we got traffic data on a typical weekday when school was in session in May. So we got the counts back, and we found that traffic volumes were higher than anticipated, and realized that ongoing construction at Euclid was likely pushing traffic down Kirchhoff. So we dug into the data, we looked at count history, we coordinated with IDOT to get some of their ongoing traffic counts on Illinois 53 exit ramps, and adjusted traffic to normal conditions, which actually a little bit even higher than some of the historic counts, which, as Glenn mentioned, could be just due to the townhome development over the past couple of years, or just other, natural variability. But we believe that the volumes that we analyze are they're quite conservative, being a little bit heavier than past averages. And we found that traffic moves well on Kirchhoff. We put together an existing traffic model, and on average, there's about 66% spare capacity at the intersections, and this is during the rush hours of the day, the two heaviest hours of the day. That's the morning peak and PM peak. So the other 22 hours of the day, there's even more capacity on the roadway. And so another one of our tools in our toolbox is putting together traffic simulations, and with these you can measure travel times. And so we looked at travel times in the existing conditions, morning and evening rush hours, eastbound and westbound in Kirchhoff, and around 3 to 3.5 minutes, which is fairly close to if there were no traffic signals at all. If there are no traffic signals, it'd be probably more like 2.5 minutes. That shows that the signals are working well, working as designed. We took speed measurements. The graphic you see up here is just east of Meadow, showing 82% of all drivers traveling over the speed limit there. Likely, if you get a little bit further from the signal, that those numbers would probably be even higher. But the really concerning thing here is the what you see in orange, people traveling 5 to 10 miles per hour over, or even the people really who are disregarding law and traveling more than 10 miles per hour of the speed limit. And then, as Glenn mentioned, yes, we looked at crash data and noted several recent serious crashes, including the fatal crash of the near Oriole Lane. And so one of the things we wanted to look at is, how does this roadway compare with other peer roadways? Well, Illinois Department of Transportation developed a methodology to do just that. Periodically, they put together safety studies that look at comparative performances on similar roads throughout Illinois. So they look at both, there's intersections and segment studies. This is the segment study. It's called a safety tier study. And it classifies roadways into 5 different tiers based on their safety performance. So as you can see here in orange, Kirchhoff is showing up in the high. That's the second worst safety tier. compared to other roadways, and it's the only street in Rolling Meadows, and actually even really kind of beyond in this map that's classified in that safety tier. These studies will be updated periodically. We think when it is updated with the latest crash data based on what we've seen recently with crash history, it would probably fall in the possibly even the high safety tier again. So next slide. So we want to look at what's traffic going to do in the future, and what we do to get a handle on that is we coordinate it with the Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning, because they have a regional traffic model that projects growth and uses demographic factors and transportation plan projects in the area, all fed into this master model. So their current model is built for the year 2050, so 25 years from now. So we send traffic data to them, and they come back and they tell us what they think the traffic is going to be. And their model was recently updated to include the Arlington Park development, so that is all included in this. We believe accounts for a lot of the 29% growth in traffic that is being projected on this corridor. Now, the model does also include growth on, in Rolling Meadows closer to Kirchhoff. So it's conservative in that respect, because we also looked at the trips that would be generated by that. But so just kind of to summarize, for the CMAP projected growth, we're looking at about an additional 2,600 trips per day. A little bit more, a little bit less, depending on whether you're in the east end or the west end of the corridor. And so then, this is the kind of the conservative part of things. We also coordinated with city staff to understand what projects would be implemented on Kirchhoff. And so using that information, we go back and we use industry standard sources to figure out how many vehicle trips those developments are going to generate. And we came up with 3,900 trips per day. So not all of those 3,900 trips are necessarily going past a single point in Kirchhoff, because the developments are kind of scattered. Some might be going east, some might be going west. So in actuality, in any point in Kirchhoff, it's going to be probably less than the 3,900 trips per day. And then it's also important to look at all modes of transportation when we're developing the traffic model. So pedestrians and cyclists have impact on traffic operations as well. If you're ever at a signal and you need to make a left turn or a right turn, and there's a pedestrian in the crosswalk, you need to wait. So increasing pedestrian volumes is, I think that's very, very realistic to expect as the area redevelops and becomes more walkable and bikeable. So those increases were factored into the traffic model as well. So with the projected traffic, we reran the model. We added an eastbound right turn lane to accommodate traffic turning from Kirchhoff onto Meadow. That was that's one of the recommendations that you'll see in the report. And then also we re-optimized the traffic signal timings to match the expected traffic flow. It's just both because it's good practice to do that traffic changes over time, and then just to kind of accommodate the flow. It's the differences you're going to see with one lane in each direction. And then the results of the model, looking at those, east-west delays would increase by a handful of seconds at each intersection. 4, 5, 6 seconds, a little bit more at Meadow than that, but that is more due to the expected increase in pedestrian volume at Meadow. As we all know, there's a lot of people who cross there now, more than 200 kids per day, or people crossing there per day on a school day that we noted. And by increasing that, we see maybe like a 10 or so, 10, 12 second increase in delay on Meadow, because you have to give more time to the side street there. And then rerunning the traffic simulation, end-to-end travel times would increase by less than half a minute. So really, it came out to about 20 seconds running our sim traffic model. And then the other thing that is very notable that we found is that the queues that is people stopped at the red light would clear the intersection every time the light turns green. So that's really a key indicator of success. If you're a driver and you stop at an intersection and you can't make it through when the light turns green, your frustration increases, and that can lead to aggressive driving as they depart the signal. So you really want to avoid that, and the model is showing that was not going to be an issue. And then based on the similar travel times and that delays would not increase much, we can confidently say that there will be no diversion or cut-through traffic if number of lanes in Kirchhoff are reduced. So now I'm going to show some of the videos of the traffic model that we prepared. Our traffic model videos that you'll see are include the PM peak hour of traffic. So that is it's the worst traffic hour during the day. It's worse than the morning rush hour. You'll see existing conditions up there on the top, and then on the bottom you will see the proposed geometry with the future traffic. And you can see just east of the frontage road intersection is where the number of lanes would narrow down from 2 in each direction to 1. And then you can see approaching Owl there. It's kind of key to note to watch the signal operations. One thing I will note about these videos is they're running at 4 times actual speed, so that just kind of helps you not have to sit here for 10-15 minutes as we watch the traffic move through as the lights turn red and green. So really look on the bottom right hand corner of the screen at the traffic at Owl there. You'll see when the light turns red on Kirchhoff, traffic does stop, and queues will be a little bit longer than they are today. But then when the light turns green, those queues will clear right out.
I'll just mention I know these are a little difficult to see. We're happy to share these in a different form so people can view them on their own as well. We'll try to work making them a little bigger as Steve continues his presentation.
And then we'll also, I think, maybe can we include this on the city website for people to be able to view? Thank you. I also want to just take this moment. We do have an overflow room, and I'm also noticing that we've got some standing room here. So Director Krauskopf, could you let people know where that overflow room is, or another staff member? So for those who would like to be able to stream and watch this, if you do want to speak if you're in the sign-in sheet for public comment, I will allow time for those who are in the overflow room to be able to come back here. So don't feel that if you go into the overflow room that you won't have a chance to be able to speak. So I'm just going to give a minute for travel time right now. Thank you.
I'll meet you out right here in the hallway.
Whatever she says.
Is there anyone else in the hallway right now? Or okay. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience to make sure that all of our friends and neighbors have a chance to be able to see the presentation in comfort. At this point, then, can we continue with the presentation?
Okay, so now we're going to show the video for the eastern end of the corridor. So this is between Plaza and Meadow. We really wanted to focus in on this area because when you have two signals that are relatively closely spaced, it's kind of important to see how traffic interacts between those two signals. So again, existing on the top, and then proposed 25 years in the future on the bottom. So you can see right now the light at Meadow just changed, and traffic is moving right through. You can see also how the signals, coordinate them as best as possible so they work together. There are signal timing strategies to do that when their signals are what we're calling interconnected. So that really, really helps keep traffic moving through the corridor. And again, just kind of like the last slide, there's a few more cars that stack at the signal every time the light turns red on Kirchhoff, just because you're stacking in one lane versus two lanes, but then the traffic does clear. So now we're going to shift gears a little bit and talk about safety benefits. There's been a lot of research and a lot of literature on the benefits of 4-lane to 3-lane conversions, which some publications will demonstrate that crashes will be cut in half at those locations. There's less research on 5-lane to 3-lane conversions, so we were tasked with diving into that a little bit more deeply. We're asked the question, why are there not as many 5 to 3-lane lane reconfigurations? And I can think of maybe a couple of reasons for that. One is the projects just tend to be a little bit more complicated, just because there's more space to reallocate. It becomes more than just a pavement marking restriping project. You have to figure out what you have to do with 24 feet of space. The other reason, I think, is because a lot of 5-lane roads are they're state routes, and at least historically, state DOTs have not really been interested in any sort of projects that would change or diminish roadway capacity. So it's a little bit more unique that to have suburbs, to have the 5-lane roads like this in the suburban jurisdiction. So when looking at safety, we use industry standards, and one publication that is used for this is called the Highway Safety Manual. There's procedures set forth. In doing this, I'll look at the various elements and configurations of the roadway. We used Highway Safety Manual procedures in accordance with some spreadsheets and guidance provided by Oregon State, and plugged in numbers, including addition of on-street parking. We're still seeing an 8% reduction in total crashes and 14% reduction in serious crashes, and that's just that's a baseline of a segment that we looked at between Plaza and Meadow. So this analysis does show that there are safety benefits from a 5 to 3-lane conversion. It's not just the 4-lane to 3-lane conversions that are the safety benefits. And then most notably, we wanted to find actual locations where this has been done. And our office has been fortunate enough to be working on these projects in Milwaukee. Milwaukee has a pretty serious safety problem with a lot of aggressive drivers on their streets, and a lot of recent severe and fatal crashes. And so they've been systematically studying a lot of their 5-lane roads over the past 3 to 4 years and implementing projects to reduce the number of lanes in one direction. And unlike a lot of projects that get done, there was actually before and after data collected. So we're able to see that since 2023, on 3 corridors that we've studied, that crashes have been reduced by 28 to 47%. Also a measurable speed reduction, 3 to 5 miles per hour on the corridors. And although there's been crash history issues, there's not been a single serious crash reported on any of these 3 corridors since the projects were installed in 2023. And so safety benefits, it's a lot of it just comes down to speeds. If you're managing speeds and reducing the outliers, the people who are going 10 miles an hour blatantly over the speed limit, you're really improving safety. The graphic on the top left shows that if a pedestrian is hit by a car traveling at 30 miles per hour, they're almost twice as likely to survive as a car traveling at 40 miles per hour. Of course, the lane reconfigurations will provide more space for people who are riding bikes and shorten the pedestrian crossing distances, which are also major safety benefits. And from my perspective, bottom left is really, really key. I've reviewed a lot of crash reports in my career, and this multiple threat crash it's a serious problem. So a multiple threat crash happens when you have a 2-lane approach to a crosswalk. Pedestrian steps out, one car stops, the car in the second lane does not see the pedestrian or doesn't stop. Pedestrian continues crossing and is struck. This is the most common type of risk factor for pedestrians crossing at a non-signalized crosswalk, and this completely goes away if it's with 1-lane approaches. So next slide. And so to conclude my remarks, there's no technical reason from a traffic capacity perspective not to proceed. We do not see any issues, red flags, even with conservative assumptions for traffic growth. Traffic on Kirchhoff Road is anticipated to move freely with 1 lane in each direction, and the safety benefits will be realized if this lane reduction is implemented. So, thank you.
So with that would conclude the staff presentation, Madam Mayor. I would just say, again, we were asked to have this study performed by the City Council to give you data to make your decisions about the set of recommendations in the Kirchhoff Road study. We are trying and doing that to help you, the council, and you, the community, just achieve a great vision for Kirchhoff Road. There's not there are a lot of ways to do that. This is one. We think it's a pretty good one for the reasons that you've heard throughout this process. But we'll of course support the council in the direction that you choose to take us.
Thank you. And so before I commence with discussion amongst council members, I do want to state that because of the the break in having this study, the project was renoticed through the planning and zoning. So as Assistant City Manager Glenn Colt mentioned, same time, same place here next week regarding the entire plan. And for that reason, the council then will have that opportunity to be able to have input from planning and zoning with this new information that they didn't have before. And, you know, I think to kick us off with the discussion, I do want to have Alderman Karen McHale provide some comments as one of two members as our council liaisons from the steering committee regarding this entire project. Our other council liaison was Alderman Reyes as well. So if you had anything to add to Alderman McHale's comments, yeah, you're free to do so. And then we'll commence with additional questions that the council has for our guest here from Civil Tech and from staff as necessary. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sonoyka. So as you know, over the past year, Alderman Reyes and I have had the privilege of serving on the Kirchhoff Road Steering Committee. And I would like to share why I believe this proposal deserves some serious consideration by the council. For years, residents have talked about wanting a true town center, somewhere we can gather as a community, celebrate traditions, and support local businesses. Right now, Kirchhoff Road simply doesn't have that function in that way. In fact, right now, in the Community Events Foundation that I'm on, we're having difficulty trying to host an annual tree lighting on Kirchhoff Road, despite it being considered the center of town because of how the corridor is currently configured. The proposed reconfiguration addresses multiple issues at once. So first, it builds a stronger sense of place for all residents, making this area more inviting and usable. Second, it creates opportunities for development and economic growth. We currently have 3 vacant spaces along Kirchhoff that remain stagnant, in part because developers see the corridor as too much road with too little activity. Developers look at trends and comprehensive plans, and right now the message we're sending is that Rolling Meadows is just a drive-through community. That doesn't really attract the kind of investment we were currently looking for. Third, and possibly most importantly, is the safety. This proposal addresses the safety. The traffic study makes it clear that speeding and accidents, often minor, are persistent problems. Kirchhoff was built for about 30,000 cars a day, yet current counts come to around 10, maybe a little bit more on some days. By reconfiguring the road from 5 lanes to 2 travel lanes with a center turn lane, we can calm traffic, reduce crossing distances for pedestrians, and improve overall safety, and I think that was clear from the traffic study. All through simple painting and striping and not a major reconstruction. Features like bike lanes or on-street parking are still under discussion as we're waiting for engineering plans to come through should this go through. A bike lane might not make sense everywhere, and parking might not be appropriate on every block. That's exactly why we're studying this corridor carefully and using data to guide our decisions. It's also worth noting that our study aligns with the Arlington Park redevelopment planning, so we're not just looking at Kirchhoff in isolation. We're looking at the bigger picture of the region. I want to be clear that safety and emergency access has been part of these conversations. The fire department has no concerns about access to Northwest Community Hospital, and the police support calming measures because they see the safety benefit. I know this plan has sparked very strong feelings, and people are very passionate about our city, and that is a wonderful, wonderful thing. It's so nice to see all of you guys out here tonight to express your opinions. But passion should be paired with facts and vision, and the truth is many residents are excited about the possibilities. A future where Rolling Meadows has a central gathering space, where local businesses thrive, where families feel safe walking and biking along Kirchhoff. We've inherited today's conditions, but we don't have to settle for them. We now have a chance to take real steps toward the community vision that's been talked about for years, at least since I've been on council. And I encourage everyone to keep an open mind, stay engaged, and recognize that thoughtful planning today can really shape a better Rolling Meadows for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Reyes, anything else that you'd like to add to that?
I mean, I 100% support what Karen said. I've been on the committee for the last year, and I think improved safety overall is huge. I mean, our schools are in support of this as well. I'm all for it. It's progress.
Okay. All right. What questions do we have from our guests from Civil Tech or staff? Or what comments do we have? Yes, Alderman O'Brien.
Thanks, Mayor. I do just want to, first of all, thanks everybody for the engagement. It's been, other than I've had the opportunity to talk to almost 100 residents over the last several months, and other than backyard chickens, when several of us first were on council, I tell our residents, I'm a big dork. I keep a spreadsheet for all the feedback I receive. So I make sure I convey the third ward's majority on our topics, is that this is only about 10 resident outreach off of the chickens. So the chickens are still leading the way, but this is a very close second as of tonight, before the September 9th meeting as well. So number one, thanks for that. And also thanks to staff and Civil Tech. I was one of the alderperson who did ask for the traffic study. I would just want to clarify a couple things from my perspective based on resident outreach over the last several months. Is in the presentation we just looked at, I know near is in personal perspective, the fatality was not near Oriole. The fatality, as regrettable as it was in the 2100 block, 2 houses in from Dove. So that was a question I got when some of these materials were shared in the past. It was not near Oriole. I know it's all in perspective, but to me, a couple houses away from Dove versus probably 25 houses from Oriole make a difference when we're getting down into the details on this. And it was a regrettable situation, but that I wanted to clarify that point there as well. The other point, too, is thanks for all the outreach. We have been working, myself and Alderperson Veneziano, for the last 5.5 years we've been on council together on Oriole. As Assistant City Manager Glenn Cole said, there are other options. We've had Chief Nowacki out there, other officers, that we've had residents trim back their bushes for better sight lines. We've continued to work on that. There are other options that might be available. Clear majority, and again, I'm fully transparent, about 90% of the near 100 Third Ward residents that reach out to me are opposed to this. So that's why I'm speaking from that hat perspective. So I don't want it to go for naught that we have worked with staff, Public Works, Aaron Groskopf as our director. The Traffic Review Committee has been outstanding. We are working on Oriole on that. The other couple points, Mayor, I just want to see also for Civil Tech, can you correct me if I'm wrong? I believe in your study it also shows under the speed table that while a reconstruction is a recommendation, it could also be controlled by speed management.
Reconfiguration.
Reconfiguration, I'm sorry. Or was I missing the footnote? Because it is just a footnote. And that's what I feel my role is. I read all 417 pages over the weekend. I know it's a footnote. And then my other question is, we've had 114 accidents over the last 5 years. In the footnote also, it does say 50% of those accidents, the most popular, 50 of those accidents, so nearly half, occurred as rear end at Owl and Kirchhoff, which also noted that was not abnormal for an arterial roadway as Kirchhoff. So if we exclude those roughly half, we're talking 57 accidents over 5 years that were not abnormal for a street like Kirchhoff. I'm looking, sir, it's the bottom of page, I'm not sure how your pages match. The first reference for a speed management program, which I know we've discussed very lightly as council about adjusting the speed limit on Kirchhoff. If that was to come to fruition, I have no doubt our officers would enforce that, as they do today. But where I'm looking, sir, is under table 3, the speed and volume data. And I know it's probably specific to that table, but it says...
Hold on a moment, let's have
sure.
a look for that.
It is page, in the packet I have, it's page 5 of the study. So that is correct. So one option would be a speed management program, and I'll defer to your expertise on this because it's not mine. That means adjusting speed limit, potentially. That's one part of a speed management program.
Can I answer the question? Okay,
Please.
Sure. Yeah. So I think the point is that lower speeds would improve safety on Kirchhoff Road, and whether one way to do that, yes, is a lane reduction, reducing speed limits. Without corresponding changes to the configuration of the roadway is not likely to have much of an impact on speeds without very consistent enforcement. Drivers often.
All right, I'm sorry. So at this point, this is a time for council to be able to ask questions. We really appreciate the enthusiasm, but at this point, we want to make sure that we have a clear line of questioning so that Alderman O'Brien can have his questions answered. Please continue.
Yeah, so reducing the speed limit alone is, you may get some of the population to respond to that, but the people who are blatantly disregarding the speed limit are going to continue to disregard it and drive at the same speeds that they have always been comfortable driving on the roadway.
So Alderman O'Brien, you had additional questions on that. So this was your first clarifying question.
Right. The other one, I actually kind of packaged them together, thank you, Mayor, is it was just looking at the statistics. If it was the most prevalent accident was rear to front at Owl, and it was 50% of the accidents that were noted in the report as not being abnormal. In my perception, that means 57 accidents over 5 years were the ones that were not abnormal. And I know we have not, it may be discussed tonight, is the cost. I have a hard time, especially with the clear direction of opposition from the third ward, of moving forward on this one item. But that was my clarifying questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Alderman Veneziano and then Alderman Boucher.
Thank you. To Alderman O'Brien's effect, I did keep track in this beat chickens. I want to clarify as well, with Alderman O'Brien, Oriole is the top concern for both of us. I think we both agree that is our top concern from residents in both of our wards. And we've been working on it for many years. I did challenge back today with staff when reading the results that I truly do believe that there are other options that we have besides this lane reduction to help that intersection. I keep referring back to many of us drive down Central Road towards Mellis Park in Mount Prospect. It works. We all know it's there. So I'm going to keep challenging staff and our engineers. Again, I'm not an engineer, but there's options besides this lane, this road diet. So I have every faith in myself and Alderman O'Brien that we'll keep pushing to make Oriole and Kirchhoff safer. My question to the engineer on this is that how did you come to the data to use to envision what Kirchhoff is going to need as far as capacity with Arlington Park?
So the answer to that is it's coordination with CMAP to obtain their traffic projections that incorporate the traffic, the redevelopment, and corresponding traffic from Arlington Park. So they have their regional model incorporates this, and it really encompasses all of Northeast Illinois. So it's a travel demand model. So it knows who's going where from which point to that point, and so we rely on them to provide those regional traffic projections. And Kirchhoff Road was included in their traffic model, and so. And that's the growth was there once they added that in to their model.
Because I found it very interesting that you said that you were surprised that the traffic count was higher due to construction on Euclid. So we know for a fact construction is going to be on Euclid and on the surrounding areas for the next several years. We don't know what that's truly going to look like because we don't know where construction is going to enter and leave the parkway over there. We know we have infrastructure to do. So I find it very hard to believe that someone like a CMAP can guesstimate, because that's exactly what it is a guesstimation, what that traffic is really going to truly look like. When someone as yourself, being that you didn't expect traffic to be higher with roads under construction, knowing that people are going to avoid areas, and this is the keynote here, people are going to avoid a road and use alternate routes. And that's exactly what our residents are voicing loud and clear, at least to me, that people will avoid Euclid, they will avoid, the highway, get off earlier and travel right through our town. The main thoroughway being Kirchhoff, not to mention us residents that live here. And so for me, I don't understand how they can truly understand or even tell us what that what those numbers are going to look like on any given day. So my follow-up to that is I was gotten some pushback on this today from staff. And please, staff, you guys all know you did an amazing job, but you guys know I'm very opposed to this. But my residents brought it up that we have construction on Kirchhoff right now. And we all know it's narrowing down to one lane. It took me 10 minutes to get on the highway this morning. Manager Sabo got stuck trying to get into City Hall this morning. We all know it's here. So if we're having problems right now with lane narrowing now, I brought up Cornfest. Many of my residents brought up Cornfest. So I'm going to defer to Assistant Director Cole, and he did give me answers on that, just so my residents can hear his answers on those comments that I did bring up. I still don't agree. We agree to disagree on this, but I will let you respond to those topics I did bring up.
Thank you, Alderwoman. So to break those out into two parts, the first is some of the lane closures going on below Route 53 right now. The traffic just there in that Route 53 interchange is a lot higher, which means that in the corridor study it does not recommend any reduction there. In this traffic study, it didn't even analyze any reduction there. I believe, without flipping back to it, that it's over 20,000 trips in that section. So I think everyone agrees that having those lanes makes more sense in that location. Of course, that's a temporary change in that one spot where this project would not change that. On the second part, Cornfest, and different planners disagree on this certainly, but this is partially why we don't like temporary interventions, right? Temporary traffic control always works worse than permanent infrastructure. When signals are being controlled or when motorists are being directed by human beings who are managing a lot of different things, it's just less efficient than interconnected signals that are designed and programmed, built to move traffic efficiently under daily conditions. Especially in that case, in this regional event that brings in a lot more traffic than we're used to on Kirchhoff Road. There's a lot of people that don't know the area, that don't know what they're doing, that are very different from everyday conditions. So I wouldn't look to that as being representative of what this project would realize.
Thank you. And then my last point, and maybe Alderman O'Brien can add to this, being on the Economic Development Committee, we have worked really hard in trying to find ways to bring businesses, especially to the Kirchhoff corridor. And I truly believe that representing all of Rolling Meadows to try to get more businesses to that corridor with narrowing lanes and now saying, oh, now there might be parking that is going to narrow those lanes and cause congestion. It's just not viable, on top of already upsetting our current business owners. We have heard from many, many, many of them. I know I've heard from every single one of them in my ward. I assume Alderman O'Brien has in his ward, and not a single one is in favor of this change. So I have a hard time being on the Economic Development Committee and being in favor of this when we've worked so hard trying to come up with other options. And it just doesn't make sense to us as well. And I'll let Alderman O'Brien speak to if he agrees, but we've tried many other things, and this is definitely not on the radar. I I will yield my time to everyone else.
Well, so at this point, Alderman Boucher, before we begin your questions and comments, I think there's some confusion as to the CMAP agency. So can we have, I think, maybe some clarification from staff on the Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning and its role?
Certainly. So as you just heard, the acronym CMAP, the Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning, they're a statutory agency of the state. So they serve a couple important roles. One is they are just charged to be the Chicagoland's regional planning organization, right? So just as we have a comprehensive plan here in Rolling Meadows, CMAP also publishes a comprehensive plan looking out. They're currently on to 2050 is the current plan. I think they're about to announce their century plan or something like that. So they have, again, they do like a traditional planning function for the region. They lay out planning principles. They provide local technical assistance to many communities, including us. The city's received a grant for bicycle pedestrian planning that'll be starting up this year, which you heard about in reference to the gentleman from Ride, Illinois. And they also work with, in large part, our regional transit agencies to do a coordinated assistance program for regional development and things. The other part of that is, of their mandate, if you would, is really federal in nature. So they serve as an MPO, Metropolitan Planning Organization, and basically federal transportation monies and transportation improvements in this region more or less go through CMAP, through a process I won't bore you with. If you'd like to learn more at home, it's called the TIP, the Transportation Improvement Program, where they lay out many of the projects that get federal and state money. As part of their charge there, they maintain a few things about air quality, about regional traffic. And so that regional traffic part really touches both parts of their mandate. They need to know where traffic is to analyze, or will be, to analyze where to direct money in the region. They use really like a nodes and a node-based system, a really high level, right? So what you've seen here tonight is very small level. Sim traffic is individual car level simulation. Synchro is individual signal simulation. When we talk about the modeling type CMAP uses, which I'm not an expert on, we're talking lines and segments and very, very big at the scale of the many arterials in our region. So they use estimates as far as regional growth, regional trends. They build in specific things about demographics, about land use, and so on to make this model, and they update it from time to time. Anytime you're looking at a roadway reconfiguration project, it's very routine to ask them for their opinion of what future growth will be, because that as you just saw, that's the start of the modeling assumptions, and then you make any adjustments from there.
Thank you for that explanation. So then, when it comes to the projections provided by the Arlington Park Development, this is providing expertise based off of it sounds like best practices that would normally take place in conjunction with federal funding projects and with the Illinois Department of Transportation, among other things.
All of those agencies and funding sources rely on this. I'll mention as part of our advocacy around the relocation of the Chicago Bears, we've been advocating for years for CMAP to include this in their regional projections, and we're glad that they have. As I think it helps the entire region plan more effectively for that new development.
Thank you.
Can I follow up?
Of course.
And when did they just include the Bears location in that planning?
Right about when we contacted them for this project, May, July.
Yeah, is probably June.
And that would coincide with the discussions of the Chicago Bears Football Club being able to make their announcement. So it sounds like since they also serve Chicago, that we wouldn't have gotten anything before that.
Of course, of course. So I have a follow-up question for Manager Sabo, because I know you did a lot of research on this when prospective Bears were coming. How many stadiums in the country are in the middle of a residential area?
There are not many. I think there's a smattering across the country. I mean, you can look at Arizona and Green Bay. There's not many out there. So when you start to look at, or when CMAP starts to look at these kind of questions, it's not necessarily an apples to apples comparison, because you got to take a look at highway infrastructure, arterial road infrastructure, and those are the types of considerations that go into these things. So to answer your question, it's hard to do an apples to apples comparison. In looking at our current location, the stadiums in the country that we have seen that somewhat resemble where we're at are in Phoenix, the Phoenix area, as well as the New York Giants Jets Stadium, which is similarly located. One other, if I can note, comment with respect to the CMAP timing. We had been in communication with CMAP basically from the beginning when the Bears acquired the Arlington Park property. One of the comments that they had made to us on why they weren't ready to make any sort of conclusions or to provide data with respect to the Arlington Park site was that they did not want to put themselves in the position of making the decision on behalf of the Chicago Bears entity as to whether it would be Chicago or Arlington Heights. And so they were waiting for the Bears to come out and themselves say that the Arlington Park property is where they were focusing their energy on, and that coincided with the time that they finally provided that data to anyone who requested it.
Understood. My point that I'm trying to make, and I respect CMAP, we use them for many, many things, and I respect their data. My point I'm trying to make is that the data is very limited. There are 2 in the entire country, and they're not even apples to apples. When you compare Chicago, putting it in Chicago, you're going to compare it to New York. You're going to compare it to a Seattle. So that's the point I'm trying to make, is that when we're asking them for the data, that what are we expecting for these traffic counts, how can we ask them for information that is not available?
Staff, did you have any additional responses for Alderman Veneziano's comment?
Yeah. So a clarification, which I think speaks in different ways to the Alderwoman's point. So for better or worse, the numbers that CMAP has produced is based on something more predictable, which is the retail, restaurant, and entertainment uses that the Bears have shown in their renderings so far at Arlington Park. These models are not attempting to predict, so that those are more predictable. These models are not attempting to predict what the stadium will drive, how it will function on game days, how it'll function for other events, anything like that. We are still waiting on the Bears to provide more information on those details. But this is
what we have.
This is what we have, and this is more representative of a typical day in the life of Kirchhoff Road.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Boucher, thank you for waiting.
Oh, that's okay. So for those who don't know possibly where Ward 5 is, we're right behind the high school, and we live in Nairhode Street's situation daily with Central Road and Rolling Meadows High School. And I know that is nowhere near compared to what potentially could be coming on around us for the Bears, but you cannot come in and out of Ward 5 on Central Road before school, after school, when events let out, and people get so frustrated on Central Road, they come flying down our streets because they are going to Arlington Heights, or they're leaving, not going back through Rolling Meadows, but trying to get out. That's just high school traffic, and we live that every single day. Every day, we've got people flying through Ward 5, 10 miles over the speed limit in our residential streets, mind you, with our elementary school kids walking, with high schoolers walking, with bikes and e-bikes and traffic and pickup. We live this every day, and I wish we could, in theory, make Central Road 4 lanes there, because it would just make our lives just a little bit we don't want it, but just because we would be able to breathe and go through traffic. So to me, taking another one of our major intersections and potentially paralyzing it 10 Sundays a year, and when there's a concert that we don't realize is there, or there's an NCAA Final Four, or there's a Super Bowl and they're here for 2 weeks, seems, I just, when I live it all the time, again, at a much smaller situation, I can't imagine doing that to what we consider a main street. Another concern that for Ward 5 is that map on slide 13 shows Algonquin Road is green. If anyone has ever driven from Weber to 53 in Algonquin, that road is not a green, safe road. That road is, there's speeding, there's people turning illegally in and out of businesses. There are 5 or 6 pullouts on both sides of the street. There have been many fatalities of people trying to cross Weber and Algonquin. So the fact that a map shows that intersection as green, it is mind-boggling to me because people avoid driving that way, especially young drivers. So I'm just a little curious how a road that's at a higher speed limit and has a higher rate of traffic is green when people actively avoid walking or using a bike down that street at all.
Thank you, Alderman. So then can you help describe the discrepancy?
Yeah, so it's there's many factors that went into categorizing the safety of the roads, and one of the big factors I think is volume, total volume of traffic. So that helps develop what you call a crash rate. So a crash rate is it depends. If you're on a higher volume street, you're going to expect you're going to have more crashes. So I think that's probably one reason for it. There are other factors that go into it, like the types of crashes, the severity of crashes. If there was a couple recent severe crashes on one street but not another, that could change how this study looks at it. So, and then it's also comparing apples to apples. So Kirchhoff Road and the 4-lane part of it's compared to other 4-lane roadways with similar traffic volumes. The 5-lane part is compared to other roads across Illinois with those. So it's different categories. And they may not be in the same category, Kirchhoff and Algonquin.
So it sounds like maybe this is some information that we'll have staff return to you, Alderman Boucher, so that we have some more examples as to the discrepancy between the two.
Okay. And then the other question I got, we've talked about chickens. I don't have chickens as my thing, so this has been my big thing that I've heard from my ward. People want to know from city staff, if we plan to put parallel parking spots on Kirchhoff Road, what is the plan for snow removal? So in the city of Chicago, those parking spots are shut off after a certain date, until a certain date for snow removal. So are we going to put these parking spots and then not use them? How are we planning to plow snow around parallel parking spots?
Yeah, the simplest answer is we haven't gotten that far. That's not to say it won't be done. That's just, we're talking about if we should even redesign the road, let alone the design of the road, let alone how to regulate it. There are many communities in Chicagoland that have on-street parking that manage that effectively in snow, and I'm sure we would come up with that.
If I could add in
Please.
Really quickly, the answer that Assistant City Manager Cole gave wasn't intended to necessarily be humor. I mean, functionally speaking, when you take a project like this in the municipal operations sense, you design it. Right now we're at the question of should we reduce lanes or not? And then the next step after that is to engineer it. So in order for us to really operationalize it and make determinations on how it would be snowplowed, really comes down to the fact of once we have a configuration and understanding of what that looks like, taking a look at best practices from other communities in the area that have on-street parking, and then making a determination on how we operationalize it. So, I understand there was a little bit of humor in that, but functionally speaking, I think, he is correct in the sense of we would get to that stage down the road if the council ultimately if there's support for moving in that direction.
Okay. And then I have one more question.
Of course.
Okay. So I did also have a bunch of residents reach out and say, if this goes through and there's parallel parking, are you planning on making the fine for people who park on Kirchhoff and walk to the Bears significant enough that those parking spots will not just be, because people walk farther, they walk from Millennium Park to Soldiers Field now, especially with the ending of the shuttle there. Are you going to make that sustainable enough that it's going to prevent people from parking on Kirchhoff Road and walking to Arlington Park?
So that is a question that we have contemplated, and I do believe that there will need to be some sort of regulatory mechanism in place to prevent that. And I believe beyond just the on-street parking, we are likely going to be seeing the shopping centers along Kirchhoff Road similarly implementing parking regulations on their own properties. So if we take, for example, the Jewel Shopping Center, that parcel right now allows residents to park there to utilize Kimball Hill Park for special events, and not just for visiting their businesses. And that's something that I think they've done out of goodwill. There's no agreement in place, it's not papered. However, what we do anticipate is that with Arlington Park's redevelopment, if the Bears do build the stadium, is that shopping centers around Kirchhoff Road will be incentivized to reduce and disincentivize parking for a long period of time for non-customer use of those properties. And so as we look at both our own on-street parking as well as the shopping centers looking at their parking, I believe that a number of moving parts are involved with respect to how do we put regulations in place so that people don't abuse the presence of on-street parking. And likely there would be significant fines involved with that type of activity if someone were to park for an extended period in one of those spaces during a game day, for example. But again, those are components that we would get to down the road if ultimately there was support to move in that direction.
So I am also against this plan because I have to do what my residents of my ward have, and they've come to me with educated questions and have doing the reading and doing the things. So I'm voted in by my residents, and I have overwhelmingly heard that there is concern from the Fifth Ward of being able to use Kirchhoff to have traffic flow be cutting us off from the rest of the community, and they just do not. I appreciate all of your hard work, and it's not against what you guys are doing, but I have to listen to my residents, so I would also be.
Did you have any additional questions?
I am good, thank you very much.
All right. Alderman Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, let me say that I apologize because I have not gone through the 800 pages you sent me last Friday completely, because I will read them in detail, and I will look at the data. Let me also say to everybody listening here today that I think Civil Tech did a very good job of collecting the information and helping us understand it. I was one of the prime people saying I wanted to see data on promoting the safety factor in particular. As I said, I would prioritize. So I appreciate you getting us the data. I've read the report and the summary of the report, and I don't question your data at all. I will question some of the data and what we're taking in here, and I will bring that up here and ask those questions if I have the time.
Yes.
But I will question the how you came to some of the conclusions at Civil Tech. I think there's some expectation bias in the interpretation, but I'll let you respond to my questions and see if that's it. I will also say, Madam Mayor, I'm not going to answer where I stand on this because I haven't gotten through the data, and you know me well enough to know that I will not give my answer until I've sifted through the data.
Understood.
But I also asked the residents of Rolling Meadows, especially those who took the time to come here today, to read through all the reports carefully. Be critical of them and form your own opinions as you read through them. But let me start by a question to our police chief. In a police report, as I'm reading the police reports, and we have over 300 pages of police reports we were handed along with the study, Police Chief Nowicki, for what reasons would you not include when it says no narrative or diagram required? What kind of accidents do not require a narrative or diagram?
Thank you for that question, Mayor, City Council. Regarding those accidents, there's certain regulations that the state has on actual narratives that are needed. Simple crashes, there's codes that sort of indicate the type of vehicle, if the rear end crashes, if their vehicle's turning right, and so forth. So a lot of those codes, especially based on property damage amounts, the codes that are actually on the traffic crash will be sufficient for that.
Thank you. Thank you, because I just wanted to say that a lot of the reports say no narrative or diagram required, so it's hard to interpret what happened completely. Some of it you can kind of guess by its location. I also want to point out in that report, and I will address this to the traffic engineer, and I forgot your name.
Steve.
Steve. Thank you, Steve. Steve, or Assistant City Administrator Cole, you said, I thought I heard you say that Rolling Road or East Frontage Road and Kirchhoff would not change the configuration?
That is correct.
Okay. So then would we eliminate the traffic reports associated with that area in our study?
That's not part of the link reconfiguration plan per our model, so that's.
Right, so anything
you
we
don't
do
have
there,
to.
anything, if we're not changing anything, we're not going to change the traffic reports in that area.
I mean, the police, the crash reports.
Correct. So that won't change.
Yeah,
the
that's not going to change.
Okay. And there are several of those, so I will take those out of my spreadsheet. I'm running my own spreadsheet, by the way, so I will take those out of my spreadsheet in my review. I also like to ask, when you did review, I know you did because you counted all of them and you specifically noted some of the accidents on Kirchhoff Road. And I want to say to the residents that my review of this, I do not want to describe Kirchhoff Road as an extreme hazard. It is not. And so I think that's bad for the city to be talking that. And the reason I say that is I want to ask a few questions of your review of the traffic reports, which you did. Of all the accidents on Kirchhoff Road that I have read through, and I haven't read through them all, I've gotten through four of the 5 years that we were handed. How many of those accidents was anybody cited for a speed violation? Do you recall?
I don't recall that information.
The number's 0. Nobody was cited for a speed violation in any of the accidents reported on Kirchhoff Road. It doesn't say that speed wasn't involved. I don't want to, you read some of the reports and you can tell speed was involved, but nobody was cited for a speed violation associated with any of those accidents on Kirchhoff Road. I also want to point out that we have a big focus on Oriole. We're talking a lot about Oriole. There has never been a pedestrian or bike accident at that location. You pointed out, Alderman O'Brien, that there was one down on Dove, and it was a fatality. I will point out that was the only fatality in the recent history, and the whole study is focused on some of the data of fatalities on that number. And I mentioned to the mayor, I can draw an infinite number of lines through one point, I can say. So the point of that is, I don't think it's not statistically sound to use one accident that wasn't even in the Oriole zone to try to describe what we're trying to do here. So I will ask that you, in your review of the traffic studies, you are correct. Most of them were rear-end collisions. And you reported in your report, the number was 85% of them are rear-end collisions. Is that correct?
No, I don't believe that is correct. There are 50 rear-end crashes out of a total of 114.
Okay. Of the 114, and I haven't gotten through my numbers yet, but of all those accidents you have, I eliminated several of them because they either weren't in the corridor. So when we got the traffic reports that you sent us, many of them weren't even in the corridor. Some of them were not in the corridor. And so I excluded those. I also excluded from the list of the 300 some pages any accident that was in a parking lot, and many of them were parking lot accidents, because those are not affected by speed. But I'm just going to quickly look through your report here. If I go to Appendix E in the report, page 2. Are you there?
One moment.
Sure. Appendix C, page 2, worksheet 1D.
Ready? Yep.
Yeah, worksheet 1D, proportion of collision types. It says rear-end collisions, 0.846, which is 85% approximately. Am I misinterpreting this?
That's correct.
Thank you. Of those rear end collisions that are in your report, if you read the traffic reports associated with those, and again, we can all go back, and I advise us all to go back and read through this carefully, because I'm trying to do my best to get the proper interpretation of what's going on here. Of those rear end collisions, were any of those that you can recall related to somebody speeding and causing a rear end collision?
Most of the rear end collisions were due to inattentive drivers failing to notice cars stopping in front of them at traffic signals.
You're correct. Okay, we're in sync there. So most of them were at a traffic signal. Some of them inattentive approaching the traffic signal, knowing that it was a red light and somebody was stopped in front of them, but being inattentive. Some of them even mentioning in there that they were distracted driving because they were looking at their cell phones, by the way, and the police cited them for that. But many of them, I would say probably more than half of them, and I'll go back and get extra data, were people accelerating as the light turned from red to green and hitting the car in front of them because they hadn't accelerated faster. Speed is not changing the speed on Kirchhoff Road. I don't care if we change the speed limit or if we reduce the lanes to help calm the traffic, is going to have no effect on that behavior. Is that correct?
There will continue to be rear-end crashes on Kirchhoff Road. I don't. The lane reconfiguration would not change that type of crash, I don't believe.
Thank you. Thank you. We also mentioned in there, and I am very concerned about anything that would affect a pedestrian or bicyclist. I don't want to say that I don't care about that. Of all those traffic violations we have, and the concern of the schools being in the vicinity, which we should have a concern, we mentioned that we have something like 227 crossings at Meadows every day. I'm just going to roughly say if that's an average, that means over the 5-year period of the study, we had about over 400,000 crossings, and there was only one cited collision with a bicyclist crossing Kirchhoff Road that I saw. And that bike, and if I read the report correctly that was written by them, it was not a speed violation. In fact, the accident occurred when a stopped vehicle at Kirchhoff Road in Meadows, Kirchhoff and Meadows. When a stopped vehicle proceeded when the light turned green. So they proceeded when the light turned green and the bicycle appeared in front of their car. Fortunately, the bicycle was not injured severely. It was a hit and run. They did eventually find the driver. But in that description of that accident, in the police notation, the police noted in the thing that the talked to the bicyclist and looked at the videos of that and said the bicyclist was in the crosswalk disobeying the traffic signals. Did you read that?
That sounds familiar, yes.
Yeah, so it said that the bicyclist was actually disobeying the traffic signals and entered in front of the car that had probably the right of way with the green signal. Even though no car should ever hit a bicyclist, they should always get the right of way, whether they are obeying or disobeying. I think the conflict there is questionable whether anything in lane configuration would change that situation. I have my list of questions from what I've got so far. The other pedestrian incident that occurred that you pointed out specifically in the report was an incident that occurred on a left turn onto Meadows Drive. Pedestrian crossing across Meadow Drive on the Jewel side, the north side. So it would be the north leg of that turn. Car was turning left onto Meadow Drive off of Kirchhoff. That would not have been a speed violation, would it? And anything changing the configuration probably wouldn't have avoided that accident. Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
Thank you. So I don't know if a configuration would have changed anything there. I also want to ask questions because the other bicycle incident occurred at the corner of New Wilkie Road and Kirchhoff Road. that we cited that is noted in the report. In describing that, it has a bicyclist coming down New Wilkie Road, a car turning left, not noticing, going south on New Wilkie Road in the sidewalk, I believe. They entered into a car that was turning left off of New Wilkie Road onto Kirchhoff Road. Speed was not cited, speed was not even recognized. What the driver said is, I just didn't see him coming off the sidewalk in front of me. Would that traffic have been avoided by any of these road reconfigurations? Would that incident have been prevented?
No, that would not. There would be no changes at that intersection specifically.
Right. And we have to look at all those reports that we got, traffic studies we got, and note how many of those we would eliminate from New Wilkie Road and Kirchhoff incidences in understanding what's going on. I also want to ask one other question. You mentioned Milwaukee having substantial reductions in their incidences. I believe, I don't remember the exact number you had in your slide, but it was like 26%, among that reduction in traffic incidences on
Correct.
those roads, one of the roads or something. But you said in Kirchhoff Road you would see an 8% reduction. How do you assign that difference in those two studies?
Well, the Milwaukee one is based on its actual before-after data. I think it was 8% or whatever it was from the Highway Safety Manual is based upon traffic model it's developed by the Highway Safety Manual. It's based on just research done at various locations that throughout the country. I think one possible difference could be that Milwaukee, they're not changing the on-street parking. They already have on-street parking, and they maintained it as part of the reconfiguration.
Speaking to the question of on-street parking, this goes to Assistant Manager Cole or City Manager Sabo. I recall that when we started this study, we eliminated parking as a question. Is that correct?
We eliminated parking. There was a request to analyze the existing parking within the corridor, and staff had recommended that component not be analyzed as part of this because we determined that there was ample parking in the existing configuration and existing structures within the corridor.
Okay, thank you. So, so really, do we, and that's why I asked the question in previous meetings. If there isn't a parking issue, do we need on-street parking? And we'll get into that as a separate discussion. I haven't thought about that completely. But I do want to point out that if I look at what parking is available, and I would like to see that, how many parking spaces we would gain on Kirchhoff Road if we had on-street parking. Because on the south side of Kirchhoff Road, it's almost all driveways. So I wonder how many parking spaces we would gain. I am curious on that. I'm not questioning that we don't gain, but I just want to know what we're gaining from a reconfiguration.
Yes, Alderman Kohler, I want to just clarify that component, when you were saying, is that in scope or out of scope? The parking component, whether it's parallel parking or any parking or no parking, is probably an item for planning and zoning. So I think staff being able to bring this to planning and zoning will be helpful, but
Sure.
But it's not included in the scope because if the council doesn't decide on the reconfiguration, then the parking is moot. So.
Good point. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah. I will let planning and zoning give me a number on that. I am still going through the data. I will interpret the data based on the data. I appreciate what Civil Tech has done because they have gathered more information than I was expecting, and it is completely sufficient for me to make that decision, which was the question you had asked, Madam Mayor, which is, if I had all this information, could I make a decision? The answer is, I have sufficient information. You collected enough information. And I also appreciate the police reports on this issue because it helps me understand this. My last question to civil engineering, if we, I understand what the study was, and you did your job, and you did some good simulations, and I believe your simulations. But when doing a study like this, and we just look at traffic accidents, wouldn't you agree as an engineer that to understand it completely, you need to understand the root cause before trying to propose a solution?
I think that the answer to that question can be more theoretical, in that will changing the lane configuration on Kirchhoff improve safety? Now, the pedestrian crashes and bicycle crashes are they're fortunately fairly rare. They can be clustered. They could be, it's tough to gather a statistically significant amount of data when those types of crashes, which are often very severe, occur, every couple of years, every 5 years or something like that. But it's not hard to claim that that in theory, reducing the number of lanes on Kirchhoff will improve safety based on what case studies, say Milwaukee, for example, other looking at other communities, and just roadway configurations in general, like the multiple threat crash scenario. Even if a multiple threat crash has not happened recently, that doesn't mean it won't happen in the future, and that changing the roadway is not going to change the level of risk going forward.
Yeah, actually, let me clarify that question and ask one final question, Madam Mayor, if I can.
Yes.
What I'm trying to get at in saying understanding the root cause is before you propose a solution to a problem, which is the number of traffic accidents on Kirchhoff Road, we need to dig into this data, which is what you did, to understand what the cause of those accidents are. And once you understand the cause of the accident, I will be willing to entertain a solution to those causes. In the accidents that I've seen, none of them, have been a consequence of speeding on Kirchhoff Road. And so therefore I find it hard to understand why speed is being included as a safety factor in the solution. Go ahead.
If I could, I'd like to address a couple of the points you made along the way, really for the benefit of the audience, if I could. So the first, when it comes to the crash reports that we shared with the City Council, that's a standardized form in Illinois that was censored because it has a lot of personal information on there. That form collects a lot of data, collects something on the order of over 100 individual items of data to help track statistical crashes. Yeah, the accident report form. We generate those here locally. I'm sure Chief Nowacki can speak to it more if you would like to hear about it. They go to the state and they're analyzed. We see it from this end. The folks at Civil Tech see it from the state's abstract. In between those 2 points, they filter out, for example, the parking lot crashes that you refer to. We're not running up the score by including things happening in like the Jewel parking lot. Just when our system is asked, give me the crash reports on Kirchhoff Road, that's what's spit out. That's what we shared with Civil Tech. What you see here in this table in the report is IDOT's crash database, which has been filtered down to just the road. So I just want to make sure that was clear for everyone. When it comes to your question about speeding, again, I do need to defer a bit more to Chief Nowacki's expertise on this, if you'd like a more detailed explanation. But first, citations about speeding, I think it's safe to say that an officer usually doesn't witness the crash, he investigates the crash. He can't cite for exceeding a speed limit most of the time because he can't testify to that in court. Two of the fields on the crash report form do indicate the officer's opinion of if speed was a factor in the crash. Just in skimming through a few of those while you've been talking, Alderman, some of those are marked, and in many cases it's just marked unknown because the officer can't reach that determination. So that's not to say your conclusions are wrong, of course, just that's the limits of the data that was captured that we're able to analyze.
Yeah, and I would agree with you because there is one accident that occurred on Oriole and Wilkie that was a clear, even though it was not noted as a citation for speed, my read of the report that the police wrote was that it was a speed related accident. It was a car turning off of Oriole going northbound, making a left turn, was in the center lane, and a car, what appears to be speeding, going westbound on Kirchhoff, rear-ended him, causing an overturn. So first of all, the car overturned. An overturned car is obviously a high-speed incident. But it also had witnesses who say that car was speeding, going at high speed. So I will agree with you on that. I just ask us to go through those reports carefully, and that to me was just reckless driving. And I'm not sure we would have stopped that reckless driver with 35, 30, 20 mile per hour speeds, which is, by the way, the speed in the 7th Ward, 20 miles per hour. But the thing I'm getting at in my question is, if we understand what's causing these accidents on Kirchhoff Road, most of them are minor accidents, most of them, fortunately, are not serious and are pedestrian, except for the one at Dove, and, which was also not a speed violation as far as I know, and it doesn't appear, been reading that incident was a speed issue. It was somebody walking their dog in the middle of the night on Kirchhoff Road, and the car just didn't see him. But before trying to solve the problem with reducing speed, I need to understand the problem so I can come up with a solution that matches a solution to the incidences. That's all I'm saying on that. One last question on the data. I'm going to page the same report appendix, and I'm just trying to understand the data so I can better interpret it. On Appendix E, again, I'm going to turn you to page, I believe it, page 4 of that report. And I believe you mentioned this in your report yourself, in the text of your study. If I go down onto, are you on page 4? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Worksheet 1K. If I go down about halfway, it says collisions with pedestrians, single vehicle collision with pedestrian. It says the incident rate, and if I return, and it doesn't say interpret the scale here, but if I read your report, in the report you say that 0.054 is number of incidents expected per year. Is that your interpretation of that?
Yeah. Yes.
Which means that we expect a pedestrian collision, if I interpret that correctly, a pedestrian collision incident to occur on Kirchhoff Road in the current configuration about once every 20 years?
That's 5%. Yes, but this is data that's not been. So the purpose of this table here is to do a comparison between a 3-lane section and a 5-lane section. I would discourage you from using it as like an absolute measure for like probability of crashes on Kirchhoff. It's more just a tool to compare different roadway configurations.
I get that. But you're saying that if I'm reading that number, and this is statistical interpretation, and I get we only had one incident of a pedestrian being hit on Kirchhoff Road that is the basis for that number, but it says one pedestrian will be hit every 20 years on Kirchhoff Road based on that statistic. Right below that it says even less, which is approximately one bicycle collision will occur with a vehicle on Kirchhoff Road about once every 0.028, which is about once every 40 years.
That is the data that's obtained from the Highway Safety Manual,
Right.
yes.
Got it. Now, if I go to page 4 under the new reconfigured road, page 4. If I go several pages down on the reconfigured road, it gives those same chart, and it says table 1K again. With the reconfigured road, it says that the number of collisions with pedestrians under the reconfigured road would be 0.028, which is about one every, instead of 20, every 40 years. With a pedestrian about once every 0.15, which is about once every 80 years, if I'm interpreting that. Now, I know the numbers are just statistical numbers that we play around with, but you used in your report that we could reduce the number of incidences by some huge number, like 40-some% reduction in incidences, and it's based on those two numbers. Is that correct?
The pedestrian and bicycle collisions.
Yeah, and it's based on those numbers, correct?
That's correct.
So we're saying that instead of one pedestrian bicycle incident every 40 years, it's going to be one every 80 years. kind of thing?
I wouldn't put a number of years to it because model is not necessarily calibrated to the volume of pedestrians or bicycles crossing, but it's, you can compare the relative probability before and after, not the total number of crashes occurring per year.
Yeah, I just don't want to use data like 40% reduction when it's in the weeds. The numbers are in the weeds. And I'm just trying to interpret the data, and I will go back and look at this again. I already said I haven't not had enough time to go through this. I'm just questioning why we're saying we could have a 40% reduction when in reality we don't have pedestrian or bicycle incidences on the road going from one every 40 years for a bicycle to one every 80 years. And I know we've had more, by the way, because we had at least one within recent years. So I'm going through this data. I'm just trying to get your sense on how you interpret that data. I appreciate your feedback on that. No further questions, ma'am.
Okay. Did you want to have a response to the alderman's question?
No.
Okay. Alderman Budmats, please.
I'm thinking how lucky it is that Glenn was able to talk with somebody who actually had an accident with a car and a bicycle when it only happens once every 40 years. But, Steve, if you were going to plan Rolling Meadows is a planned community. If you were going to plan Rolling Meadows, you were going to plan the design of Kirchhoff Road in the downtown section, would you plan it as a 3-lane road or a 5-lane road if it was yours to build today?
3-lane road.
Why is that?
So the goal is to efficiently provide the amount of pavement for the amount of cars you have. You're matching the roadway configuration to the amount of traffic that the road would generate. Overbuilding a road can lead to excessive speeds and generally safety issues as well. So you want to match the size of the road to the expected traffic volumes.
So even if we were going to build Rolling Meadows in 2050, like 25 years from now, after the Bears are there and they've won several Super Bowls, then you would still keep it at 3 lanes?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I was here when we had chickens and firehouses. So I've been here for approximately 250 meetings like this, and this is about the 10th time I've ever seen the room this full. I wish you would all come more often than once every 25 meetings, quite honestly, that I've been here. Because the involvement, whether you would tend to agree or disagree, the respectful involvement is really necessary to help us do our job correctly. I will tell you that I've been disappointed what I've read on Facebook and community chatter. Despite what you're thinking, or what people on Facebook are anonymously thinking, we do have some intelligence here, and we do have some integrity. We're not lining our pockets by paying for a traffic study. We're really just here to try to do what we think is best for Rolling Meadows, and that's why you're here too. And so we want to take what you say and take it to heart. But you have to understand that in listening to we listen to more than just the citizens. Also, we hear from developers who say, I'd love to build something on that site there, but there's just not enough parking. Or they say, I'd like to do this, but it doesn't fit. And so we have to balance all of this. And there are people who say, oh, just put more police out there, and they can just write tickets, But the truth is that if we hired one more policeman to just sit on Kirchhoff Road and write tickets full time, the cost would be prohibitive over 20 years by comparison to cutting down the number of lanes. And you can analyze data until you're blue in the face, but the truth is that accidents happen because people don't reduce their speed in order to avoid a collision. So just because they weren't charged with speeding when they had the accident doesn't mean that they didn't effectively reduce their speed to avoid that collision from happening. And so if we as a group decide to reduce the width of the lanes so that people just physically don't have a wide open space. I have a fast car. I love to get on a wide open road sometimes and open it up. I'll admit I'm a sinner. But the truth of the matter is that the truth of the matter is that Kirchhoff Road is not the place for that to happen. And there are cars that go 60 or 70 down Kirchhoff, and it's scary. And so when the school district 15 says, we really appreciate the fact that you're going to have protected bike lanes and reduce traffic speed so that our students are safer, I have to pay attention to that. And I can't nitpick and say, which parent is it that I want to stand next to and say, you know what, we chose to go a little faster because we didn't want to inconvenience residents. Which parent do I want to stand next to at Meadows Funeral Home and tell them that? I don't. And so I'm willing to take an extra 20 seconds to get all the way from New Wilkie to Rowling Road, if that's what it needs to be for the safety of our students. And so I'm going to vote yes. It's unpopular, and people in my ward will be like, "Well, I didn't hire you to do that." The truth of the matter is, I didn't get hired to be popular. I got hired to do what I think is best for Rolling Meadows, and I think reducing the lanes in the long run will be safer for students. If it saves one life, it was worth it. It was totally worth it. And if I inconvenienced half a million people in doing it, I don't really care. And so that's where I'm at with it. By the way, when we did the chickens and all the room was full and all the people, people called me up, you're stupid. I have it on my answering machine. You're stupid if you vote chickens in. And you know what? I've never had anybody call and complain after the fact and say, those chickens are really bothering me. Nobody ever complained after the fact. We passed the chicken ordinance and it went through, and we paid a lot of money for firehouses, and it just happened. And so Rolling Meadows, whether we pass this or not, will exist, whether Kirchhoff is shrunk or not. And we'll all continue on. But please continue to be active in the process. It'd be better for all of us if you all showed up on a regular basis, and then you would all realize that we're really not lining our pockets with the proceeds of restriping Kirchhoff Road.
Thank you, Alderman Budmats. In the interest of time at this point, I want to clarify that the sign-in sheet that I have here is not the sign-in sheet that is currently there. We have another meeting after this. So if you signed for public comment on that sheet after 6:30 p.m., don't worry. We will have another public comment at that time after we finish the committee of the whole. And I have seen a number of individuals that have come in after that 6:30, and we also have members in the overflow room. So if you're not sure which sheet you signed based off of when you came, I'm actually going to read all of the individuals who will now be making public comment with this meeting, and then if you do still want to speak, there's a chance for you to be able to sign that sheet because we have one more topic after this related to the transfer station strategy. So I'm going to I'm going to have the names here, and when you hear your name called, please line up at the podium. John DeSessi. Phil Norman. Janet S. Mihal G. And then Brett G. Matt G.
Mayor, can I interrupt real quick? Which way do you want them to go so we can just keep this traffic flow? Do you want the line to go this way
as they're doing it right now? It's perfect.
Because it's going to hit people at the end. So are you going to
Thank
stop?
you, Alderman Boucher. Yep. And then Linda T. Linda Thielen. Dick C. Carol C. And Lynn V. And lastly, Stephen B. So I'm not seeing two people here. So Linda Thielen, Dick Clark, Carol Clark, Lynn Vicky, and Stephen Belling. Yeah, and we'll give them a moment from the overflow.
Mayor, if I may really quick, we did get a question from individuals in the other room. If anyone would like to email the City Council in lieu of also commentary, they're welcome to send an email to admin@cityrm.org. We'll make sure that the entire City Council gets any copies of those emails that do come through. Again, that is admin, ADMIN, @cityrm.org.
Thank you, City Manager. And similarly, if you can't stay, if you've signed the other sign-in sheet, you can certainly do the same. We'll receive those comments and read them. Can we just have a check in the hall to see if there's anyone coming from overflow? Okay. As you approach the podium, the city clerk has put a timer up here for you to be able to reference. Once your 2 minutes is over, then please just then continue for either side here, and then we'll move on to the next person. So can you please state your name for the record?
John Bassesi, 2210 Birch Lane. So I spent 16 years on the planning and zoning, and 4 years as an alderman as well. Gone through 2 comprehensive plan updates and everything. The idea of a comprehensive plan is that it takes the desires and the opinions of business and of the people, the residents of the community, and puts it into a plan as direction for City Council. Seeing that everything I've heard is that businesses are opposed to it, the majority in this room at least, and some of the polling that some of the aldermen have done are against it. I don't see any reason for this to be moving forward. I do strongly believe in some of the points that Alderman Kale made about revitalizing of Kirchhoff Corridor. I think that's a very good thing to do. I just think that the option of 3-lane roadway, especially with the parking, is not a good way to go. And I would strongly recommend that we don't do that. I mean, there's information that I've read that I always look at critically regarding, is there going to be no impact on the amount of time it takes to serve it to get to a house if there's a fire? Theoretically, maybe not, but we don't know what the
15 seconds.
Sheet, that went quick. Okay, so I'll keep going here. So a couple bullet points that I made. A, there could be a lot of events over at the Bears Stadium, not 8 games or whatever. There could
Time's
be
up.
150.
Thank you.
So, bottom line is I strongly
Thank you.
disagree with this.
Thank you. Can you please state your name and then?
Okay. Hi, my name is Philip Norman. I'm a 30-year resident of Rolling Meadows. Raised my kids here. My daughter just bought a house here. I love this town. I want to thank each and every one of you for what you do. I'm embarrassed because I have never been here, but I thank you for what you do. I am against this because the whole time I've lived here in the 30 years, it's been nice. I've never felt unsafe. My kids went to the Kimball Hills School. They have crossing guards. We do everything in the neighborhood. Down at the end of over by Fratello's, they can go under the bridge to cross the lanes, and it's a nice community. I think if it's been like that for 50 years, it seems like we're going backwards, shrinking the thing. I mean, we have to have more residents here now than we did 50 years ago. So it just doesn't make sense. And when I hear most of the business people in our town, which we're lucky, our town has all the strip malls, that we're all filled up pretty much except for the bank, I think. And so it's really nice here, and I love it here. And I think the police do a great job keeping us safe here. So I don't think it's a problem. So that's
Excuse me, folks. Please let him finish.
That's just what I want to say. I hope we keep it the way it is because I think it's nice. I think we have a really nice downtown. I think we're really lucky. And that's all I want to say.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Janet Sonoyka, 2302 Robin Lane. For clarity, I am related to the mayor, but as anybody with siblings know, you don't always agree with your sister. But today, I really want to speak as a resident and a homeowner in the 3rd Ward. Specifically, I want to say to all of our older people to step up as leaders and to, yes, consider the voices of your residents, but make that a piece of your decision, not the entirety of it. please don't disregard all of the good data that we've gotten today and all of the feedback that we've gotten for the past couple of years, on these studies, traffic data, from things from subject matter experts, because some residents are very vocal and say very nasty things. I am in support of the Kirchhoff Road diet, and I think coming here as an engineer, I work with medical devices, but planning a city and designing a device are very similar. You need to take in all things. Yes, the human factor, user inputs are super important into understanding how people can use these, but you find conflicts even within user inputs, right? Me as a driver, I want to get to work on time after I drop off my dogs at Meadows Dog House, but me as a pedestrian wants cars to actually yield to me so I can cross places safely. So I implore the council to kind of take all these components and be leaders and not just be blindsided by public opinion, especially when you as city leaders kind of need to take all these components and synthesize it, something that's not just going to please me or any individual business owner or whatever, but that's good for the city as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Please hold. Next.
Hi, Mihao, 3907 Raven Lane, Ward 4. I'm back to share some positive thoughts, y'all. Third time speaking about this topic. I'd like to think I'm representing a portion of a silent majority or plurality that welcomes this change. And I'm happy to hear that you're listening to experts. I mirror my fellow residents and Janet's thoughts that consider things holistically, consider voices and weigh them as you should. I'm going to ad-lib a little here because the direction the conversation took today about safety, I'll get back to that. The Bears may or may not come. It's sounding more certain. Do we want to dictate our day-to-day lives by a private entity that plays a little bit of football a couple times a year? If this was a home budget, we're looking at 20,000 cars driving on the road every day. We have a 66% overcapacity. That means could have up to 60,000 cars with the present configuration. Put that to dollars. You've got $60,000 allocated for something, but you only need $20,000. What are you going to do with it? Spend it somewhere else. Do something else with it. It doesn't need to go move metal boxes with people when there's other people that want to use that space. The data's accounting for future growth. It's including the potential Bears Stadium. It seems reasonable and well thought out. And of course, this is about more than just cars. The study counted 400 pedestrians. The lane reductions will keep them safe. It will welcome more people to move through the community on foot, on cycles. And some of those people will be kids. I get terrified crossing Oriole sometimes in my car, which I do about twice a week because of the visibility. I do it as when I do it as a cyclist, it's scarier. I'm a big, tall guy. Kids crossing, it's a completely different story. So make data-driven decisions, consider all the things, but keep taking steps towards a safer Rolling Meadows. Thanks.
Thank you. Next.
Hi. Brett D. Grattan. First of all, I want to say that I think any money that we have spent already on the survey has been wasted. Second of all, I am against narrowing Kirchhoff Road. I think any money or any effort for improving safety could be better spent by widening the sidewalks and paving them smoothly so they're easily accessible to the public, safely so there's no cracks. There's a lot of uneven pavement right now where you could twist an ankle or something or even cause a crash on your own bicycle on the sidewalks. Now, if we widened those and made it a better pavement, I think folks would come on their bicycles and be better for the environment, and it would be safer. As someone earlier said, the passageway underneath Kirchhoff Road at the creek, that could be improved. I've used that many times, walking and riding the bicycle. And it's just, I find it difficult to go under there and then get back up onto the sidewalk to go over to Jewel. If that transition there could be improved, I think that would be a great improvement. Much better than to reduce the volume of traffic being able to flow through Kirchhoff. Any narrowing of Kirchhoff is just a mistake in my eyes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Matt Grant, resident of Ward 3. So I've been in Rolling Meadows for about 3 years now. I didn't realize how much of my life is lived on Kirchhoff at this point. Jewel on Kirchhoff. Doghouse on Kirchhoff, where I take my dogs basically every day. So I use that road every single day at this point, and I do not feel safe on it most of the time. I've lived here 3 years. I own a bike. I've never used it here. I come from Arlington Heights. I use it on West North Avenue all the time. Much busier road. No problems there. Here, it seems like the multi-points layer of impact that we talked about earlier comes into much more play. I know when I'm taking a left-hand turn on any of these lanes, often I see, oh, somebody sees that the right lane, that car is about to pass. The second lane, they don't see because their visibility is blocked by the first car. They get ready to go take a left, and they almost get hit by the second car trying to speed out into it, right? So just because we don't see an issue with it currently doesn't mean that collisions aren't nearly happening, right? And it's being avoided purely by human happenstance. Another thing is more lanes is not more better. More lanes does not facilitate more traffic. This is backed up by plenty of data we've been given here today as well. This is just a known fact at this point. So reducing from 5 to 3 is not a regression just because you're reducing the number of lanes. So that's just a data point to keep in fact. And the last point is I agree with the other people who are pro this road diet. There is a silent, probably maybe majority, I don't know, but most people will not come to these meetings just to say yes. They will come here because they were upset and they will say no, right? And that's going to be people who email you as well. Most people don't know you exist. They will not reach out for this. So just keep that in mind.
Thank you. Next.
I'm Linda Thielen. I'd like to thank everybody for being voted in, and hopefully you'll vote regarding the way your wards wish you to. I've been in Rolling Meadows since 1974. We've gone from 2 lanes to 4 lanes. Now you want to regress to 2 lanes. We've got an awful lot of traffic. I don't think reducing the lanes is going to aid in your safety. I personally feel that it's going to be a hindrance. I think that the impact on the pedestrian or the people using the roads is going to reduce the amount of people who are going to be utilizing our businesses. I also think it's going to be a great hazard as far as parking on the streets, as far as people getting in and out with 1 lane. Also, 1 accident is going to cause a major slowdown in traffic. At least with 2 lanes, you got an option of getting around them. Is this going to have an impact on our crossing guards going from 2 lanes to 4 lanes? The village has a policy regarding how they handle or hire the crossing guards. I think also the cut down is going to encourage people to cut across the streets in the middle of the street where they should be using the crossing guards, where right now it's pretty obvious they have to use the crossing areas. And I am totally against going to 2 lanes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Lynn Vicker. I live on Pheasant Drive. Let me say first, I am not against the Kirchhoff Road corridor study. However, I have a story for you. Yesterday, Monday, at approximately 4:30 p.m., I was pulling out onto Kirchhoff Road from Library Road to go east, which is a right turn. Traffic was busy, there was nothing to block my view, and I waited at the stop sign for a break, no problem. Then it struck me that had there been parallel parking on Kirchhoff Road, my vision would have been seriously compromised by parked vehicles, no matter which direction I was turning. All drivers pulling out of businesses on Kirchhoff Road with parallel parking would experience the same unsafe situation, and there are a lot of driveways pulling out onto Kirchhoff Road. For this reason and others, including but not limited to increased traffic congestion and our concern for the safe passage of emergency vehicles, The lane reduction plan for Kirchhoff Road is not a safe plan. The corridor study should continue, but without the Kirchhoff Road lane reduction. Please reject the lane reduction and omit it from the corridor study plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Stephen Bailing, 2606 Park Street, Ward 3. I've lived in this city for 47 years. I've watched downtown deteriorate for the last 30 years into a yuppie high-density housing Cabrini Green 2.0. And I know that you can't just wave around an expert-created, yuppie, data-driven magic wand to fix it. I can say your statistics are actually flawed. You're depending on radar data for gathering speed data, which is often overshooting by 5 miles an hour. As the previous person mentioned, yes, parallel parking is inherently unsafe for many, many reasons that I'm sure we could all list. You also have an inherent conflict by, at the same time, you're simultaneously projecting a growth in traffic volume while at the same time trying to slow that down. What that really translates to is that you're creating density, complexity, and frustration. We just heard previously the deputy police chief said that it's not speed that necessarily is inherently reckless. I would offer the corollary that it's really more a question of complexity. When you have more things to focus on when you are trying to drive, when you have multiple people pulling in and out of parallel parking, for example, or again, trying to make a turn and see past the parallel parking, there's that much more complexity that you've added. You are creating an inherently unsafe situation that's turning us into something more like downtown Chicago. I would point out, we all moved to the suburbs to get away from downtown Chicago and its complexities. Thank you.
Next.
Richard Clark, 3602 Meadow. I've lived here since, 45 years. I remember Diamond Fest. It was a great family attraction. The aldermen voted it down because they said it was losing money. It wasn't losing money. The point is, there should be a referendum. Let the public vote. And
Please let him finish his 2 minutes.
aldermen that are for the 3 lanes, do they live in the area affected? And emergency vehicles to the hospital, I think, would be very dangerous going down Kirchhoff Road. And 2 schools on Meadow, school kids crossing, traffic on Meadow and Owl would be horrendous with people bypassing Kirchhoff. Hurt business on Kirchhoff, I think that would, narrowing Kirchhoff would hurt business. And if you want more business, lower taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
I'm Carol Clark, we're at 3602 Meadow Drive between Rolling Meadows High School and Kirchhoff. And to clarify, he's lived in Rolling Meadows 49 and a half years with me. So this is the first time I have felt really upset with my city administrators and the way the decision's being handled. You made the comment that you were happy to see us all here. Well, don't treat us like 1900s, like the children at the table to be seen and not heard. This decision has a huge impact on our business and residents and should be determined via a referendum. At the first meeting we came to, no mention or opportunity to ask of the cost of the initial city plan, in spite of the fact that the only people that seemed to be for it in the room were for the administrators, not the people who live here and were going to pay for it. The decision was to spend another $20,000, even though that should have been in the initial plan, something that important, to study the traffic. That cost doubled by the next meeting to $40,000. We couldn't afford security for the Veterans Parade on Memorial Day, but we could afford $40,000 to count cars. We have paid taxes to Rolling Meadows for 49 and a half years. Our mortgage payment has gone up $150 in 4 years, with the newest increase this month to $60 more again, with a senior freeze and a disability deduction. So our 30-year mortgage after 48 years is now almost 50% of our joint Social Security income due to frivolous spending at every level of our government. This needs to stop, and it needs to stop with all of you. It doesn't need fixed. There's no money at any level, local, county, or state, in the budget to pay for this. Doesn't matter what source it comes from, we're still going to have to pay for it through our taxes. We don't need and we don't want this.
Time's up.
Protect our
Thank you.
business and crucial need for
Thank
immediate
you.
access.
And thank you again, everyone, for your participation. At this time, we're going to move on item number 3, which is our transfer station strategy update. And to that, I will defer to Manager Rob Sabo.
Thank you, Mayor. Included in the agenda packet is information regarding the city's transfer station, which is located over on Birdnick near the Public Works facility. The transfer station itself is currently being operated by Lakeshore Recycling Systems through a lease and host agreement that has transitioned over its 30-year period of time through a number of different operators. For the reason that it's on the agenda for this evening is simply to provide an update to the council and to bring to make you aware of the fact that we are within 1 year of the expiration of that lease and host agreement, and we are now beginning the process of solicitations for a new operator, a successor operator, I should say, and a new lease and host agreement to operate that facility. The lease and host agreements are included in the agenda packet, so I won't provide a significant amount of information on them. You're welcome to review that. I will note that refuse and recycling operations are pretty significant, obviously significant, but they are also complex. The industry itself has a number of different complexities with respect to hauling waste to a transfer station and then relocating that waste from that transfer station to its appropriate final place. And in understanding the way that the market currently is situated, given that we've had a lease and a host agreement for 30 years, the city hasn't gone through this question for quite a long time. In order to help us with that procurement process, we currently have a RFP out in the street soliciting for expert assistance with respect to drafting the RFP and providing us guidance on this procurement process to both evaluate the current market conditions of the refuse hauling industry and to identify and secure the best operator for us in the future. And so at this stage, this is simply an update to the council. We anticipate having responses back from that RFP within a couple of weeks. I anticipate that the approximate cost of that assistance will be about $70,000. However, recognizing that that is a significant expense, thinking about the fact, though, however, that this is a transfer station that generates currently approximately $500,000 a year in revenue to the city. These kind of leases do have long terms built into them because of the investment necessary for a waste hauler to build out and operate that facility. And so we believe that expertise coming on board will be helpful for us in order to ultimately make sure that we have the best deal and the most financially beneficial opportunity to continue that operation looking into the future. So at this stage, I'm happy to answer any questions on the transfer station. Just wanted to provide this update for the council this evening.
Are there any questions from council regarding the update with the transfer station? All right, seeing none, there are also no signatories on the sign-in sheet regarding the transfer station strategy update. Curious. But so at this point then, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn our committee of the whole.
So moved.
Alderman O'Brien for the first and Alderman Boucher for the second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, and this meeting is adjourned at 9:31 p.m. For those who had a sign-in for public comment for the city council meeting, we will begin that within 5 minutes. Thank you. 1, 2. All right. Welcome, everyone, and good evening to this August 26, 2025 City Council meeting. The time is 9:42 p.m., and this meeting is hereby called to order. Please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Will the clerk please call the roll?
McHale.
Here.
Budmatz.
Present.
O'Brien. Here. Veneziano.
Still here.
Boucher.
Here.
Reyes.
Here.
Kohler.
Present.
With 7 present and none absent, there is a quorum this evening. Our first order of business is to approve our City Council meeting minutes from 2 previous meetings, the first being a July 22nd, 2025 Committee of the Whole. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman Reyes for the first and Alderman O'Brien for the second. Are there any corrections, additions, or deletions to those minutes? Hearing none, the question is, shall the minutes be approved? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, and those meeting minutes are approved. This brings us to our second set of meeting minutes this evening, which is the July 22nd, 2025 City Council meeting. I'm looking for a motion to approve those minutes.
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman McHale for the first and Alderman Boucher for the second. Are there any corrections, additions, or deletions to those set of minutes? Hearing none, the question is, shall those minutes be approved? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. Those meeting minutes are approved. At this point, we will have a presentation, and that is going to allow time for those who are in the overflow room here for public comment that signed the second council meeting sheet after 6:30 p.m. to start making your way over back into council chambers. At this time, I am delighted to provide the presentation of the EV Ready Gold Award by the Metropolitan Mayor's Caucus. And I will defer to Ms. Edith Macra, who is the Director of Environmental Initiatives at the Metropolitan Mayor's Caucus. And Edith, if you have any words that you'd like to then approach the podium.
Thank you, Mayor, and to members of the City Council for having me here tonight. My name is Edith Macra. I'm the Environment Director for the Metropolitan Mayor's Caucus. And to those in the audience who may not know us, we are a regional not-for-profit council of governments, and we're an umbrella to the other councils of government in the region. We serve 275 municipalities in the Chicago region. I've been with the caucus for a long time now, and I am very proud when some of my communities hit some incredible achievements, and that's the reason that I'm here today. The Mayor's Caucus started a program, it's just 3 years old now, called EV Readiness. And the design of the program was to help municipalities prepare for changes in transportation technology called transportation electrification. So we knew investment was coming. We knew that this was going to be a trend, and municipalities just could welcome that kind of investment if they were prepared. And so we look at the things that municipalities do. The polite way to say that is these are the unique strengths and authorities of local government. To those outside, it's sometimes deadly dull work like zoning and permitting that is necessary for a municipality to prepare those internal codes policies to be ready for this new transition to electric transportation. So the EV Readiness Program was created with a checklist, and those communities that complete the checklist work, it takes about a year and a lot of staff time to make the changes in policies and codes, and then we were able to award designation to those communities. And so the program being relatively new, I will say it is the first in the country. It is also the largest in the country. So with the honors that I'm about to present to Rolling Meadows, it is a very unique position to have earned the EV Readiness designation. There are 38 communities in the Chicago metro region that have earned this. There are only 9 in the rest of the country. So what Rolling Meadows has achieved is really something to be incredibly proud of, as we are all at the Mayor's Caucus proud for that. So I would like to present, I'm going to start at the special recognitions if I could. And where would you like me to present? Just I can talk through it and then I can hand if you'd like.
Yeah, so Ms. Macra, let's then come to the dais here. We will face the chamber.
Sure.
And then as we're
Yeah.
doing that, check.
Oh,
Check.
got it.
And then as we're doing that, I also have a microphone here as well where we can assist. I'm also going to ask Assistant City Manager / Community Development Director Glenn Cole to join, as well as Planning Management Analyst Rob Savage with me as well. And Alderman Mike Kohler, if you can join, as well as the chair of the Environmental Committee.
So I'll say a few more things about this award. So the City of Rolling Meadows joined a cohort fashion. So we work across the metro region, and we had 17 communities in this cohort. We had DuPage County, one county. We had communities as small as Countryside, about 7,000 people, and the City of Chicago. So Rolling Meadows joined a cohort, and in working together with the Metropolitan Mayor's Caucus staff and consultants for a year, we look at outstanding achievements. And so that's what I want to present first. The first recognition is, this is not deadly dull, it's actually really progressive and exciting. The City of Rolling Meadows did by far the best zoning code amendments in order to accommodate EVs and EV charging stations that we have seen, not just in that particular cohort, that what we've seen since the beginning of time. So the zoning code is now considered a model. It's something that we will be using to teach other cities. The zoning code included amendments for transitioning from traditional fuel stations to electric vehicles, requiring a certain number of EV charging stations are called DC fast chargers. So again, very progressive, as well as standards for performance. So that is the first special recognition, and that's a fun award that was just given. I know you had a lot to do with that code, so I want to thank you for that. The other thing, working in the cohort fashion, is that we saw the communities, and a community sets their sights on whether they're going to achieve EV Readiness Bronze, EV Ready Silver, or EV Ready Gold. Most communities come in at EV Ready Bronze, and I think it was Rob who said, wait a minute, we're looking really close to gold here, and we nailed a few things, and then it was this crazy, insane sprint to get to gold. So congratulations on the special recognition for Sprint to Gold. And so what that means is that I am very, very pleased to present EV Ready Gold to the City of Rolling Meadows. And so indeed, I was going to talk a little bit about how exclusive this is. This is only our third cohort. First cohort, we only had one community earn EV Ready Gold. In this cohort, Rolling Meadows earned EV Ready Gold. They earned 505 points. There are only 300 that are required to get to gold. And the only community that topped them was the City of Chicago. And the City of Chicago took 2 cohort cycles to get it done. Rolling Meadows hit that number in 1. So incredibly proud. And it was an absolute pleasure to work with the rock stars of the staff, Rob, Glenn, Rob, and then with the mayor. So thank you very much for doing so well on the EV Readiness Program and for inviting me here to celebrate with you. Thank you.
And just to round that out, thank you so much for being here from the Metropolitan Mayor's Caucus. As a reminder, the City Council actually supported us approving the Greenest Region Compact 2, because there's more than one, 2, several years ago, and the council took that very seriously. And so our staff have been moving forward with our sustainability plan, and as a result, thank you, Council, for your support. As a result, we are able to put Rolling Meadows literally on the national map and become the best practice across the United States of America. So thank you for everyone for your support, and residents, this is absolutely an honor to be proud of. When we went to the other receiving ceremony at the Illinois Institute of Technology, we had members all over the state, including the City of Chicago, and Rolling Meadows stood out in that cohort. So thank you again. Thank you. Test, test, test. 1, 2. 1, 2. Thank you. There is no mayor's report this evening in the interest of time. However, are there any ward reports this evening? Yes, Alderman Boucher.
Real quick, I want to do ward report and not in the library all at one time. Ward 5, I did meet with the police chief and the deputy police chief and the city manager today about our concerns of parking on Birch and Linden and Oak revolving around the high school. We are working on fixing the issues of students parking on our streets and parents clogging our streets for pickup instead of pulling into the high school, pulling into the bus lane, and pulling onto Linden. So we are working on that. So bear with us as we get through what we go through every year when the school, when school starts back up. The library is celebrating their 70th anniversary on September 6th from 10 to 1. So they are having a whole event for the whole family at the library. So if you want to go and check out what the library is celebrating, they would love to have you. Thank you to Mr. Kohler for going to our last meeting. They talked about library consortiums, which helps make it easier for you to get materials from other libraries to the Rolling Meadows Library. So instead of having to go to Des Plaines or Arlington Heights or Glenview to get something, they can get it to you here at the Rolling Meadows Library. So that is coming up for a vote in our September meeting. So the board's taking that very seriously. It's a big step up to offer you more services at the Rolling Meadows Library. And since we've had a very serious and kind of dreadful meeting today, I just wanted to acknowledge our lawyer in the back, Mike Durkin, who is going to be inducted into the U of I Hall of Fame this year for his very successful career at U of I running. He was also a 2-time Olympian. So congratulations to Mike on being honored by his university and for all of his running achievements.
That is it. Thank you, Alderman Boucher. Yes, Alderman McHale.
Just a quick shout out to city staff for the storms that we had endured a couple weeks ago, or was it a couple weeks ago? Whenever that was. There was a quick response, exceptional service from Public Works, from the police department, and from our very own city manager, who met me in the neighborhood about less than an hour after I called, saying that there was a tree blocking one of the roads coming into our neighborhood. So exceptional job, and thank you very much for all the hard work you did.
You can tell we're really hitting that 10 p.m. mark. We're real happy to celebrate. So, but excellent job as well. Thank you, city staff. And for those who still have any debris, that debris will be picked up if it is that now per our code. Director Groskopf, was there any additional information you wanted to provide to residents regarding remaining storm debris?
Yep, so actually the final collection date was to have all brush and storm damage out by this past Monday. And we have, I believe, successfully made it through most of the city, if not all of the city, by the end of today. We should wrap everything up probably by tomorrow morning. And everything that was put out since Monday should have been collected.
Thank you. If there are any residents that are still dealing with storm debris, please feel free to reach out to the city and we can provide some guidance to help you, especially if you are finding it difficult to be able to handle that on your own. Any other ward reports this evening? Okay. At this point, we will now open the meeting up to the public. Typically, this would be for 20 minutes. However, there are a significant number of sign-ins on the sign-in sheet, or signatories on the sign-in sheet. If there are any individuals in the overflow room, this will be your chance to be able to return to the city council chambers. At this point, I'm not going to read the names. I would just ask that if you have signed this, to please begin to line up at the podium at this time. And then similar to our previous meeting, there will be 2 minutes for each member here. Or I could read this as well if you aren't sure. I've got Linda Thielen, Stephen T, Michal G. This is on a different, okay. Carol Clark, Betty Anderson, Lynn Griesmeyer, Ravi Hars, Ravi H, Hari's Moon, Alexis Nieto, Isaiah Nieto, Teresa Britton, some scratched off, Annette Zasfran, Alex Rivera, Roxanne Summer, Joe Zasfran. I've got to scratch out from here as well. Yep. Dale E. Janine K. Jerry Smith, Colleen Thomas, Pam S., Joe MacArthur, Miranda Sheen, Betsy D. And that's everyone there. Okay, as you approach the podium, again, you'll have your 2 minutes. Please state your name prior to beginning your public comment. Thank you.
Betty Anderson, and I live
I've lived here since 1964 and I've seen lots of changes. But on the way here tonight, my friend and I, we passed a sign, "Keep Kirchhoff 4 lanes." I was tempted to go in and ask a homeowner if I could take the sign with me. But anyway, I've got a small speech tonight, not like my usual. If this idiotic plan is passed, I can only say it will be amazing if any one of you are ever re-elected. Down the road, years from now, residents will be questioning your reasoning and most of all your lack of intelligence. What the city and residents will gain will not be worth the destruction. In fact, there is no gain. Different councils for years have voted for changes, but this is the most inappropriate, unnecessary, and drastic change as yet. Thank you. I want to give the rest of my speech money.
So you're right. So we won't be providing that additional time. So if you do have additional speech or information, we can provide that with the city manager or the clerk if you'd like that included. Okay. Thank you. Next,
okay.
please.
Lynn Griesmeyer. So do not vote for the Kirchhoff Road reduction. Trust. The business owners in Rolling Meadows put their trust in you, the employees, city government, to make the correct decisions, plans, and choices so their businesses can be profitable and sustainable for them, Rolling Meadows residents, plus community neighbors. Rolling Meadows residents also put their trust in you all to make the correct plans, decisions, choices for all aspects of Rolling Meadows. Our Rolling Meadows government and city employees upholding that trust. If Kirchhoff Road is reduced to only 2 lanes, trust in Rolling Meadows government will disappear. 2 different opposing Kirchhoff Road lane reductions petitions were given to the respective alderperson. Rolling Meadows has a gem that neighboring towns do not have: on-ramp and off-ramp access to the major Chicagoland highways and tollways. Do not tarnish that gem by causing traffic jams, traffic congestions if Kirchhoff Road is only 2 lanes. My belief, if Kirchhoff Road's 4 lanes are reduced, is the result will be a failure. Other towns will laugh at Rolling Meadows for changing what works into what does not work. If that road diet occurs, now I understand what that term subtly means: eating 2 traffic lanes of Kirchhoff Road. How long will it take to return Kirchhoff Road to 4 lanes when City Council admits and faces the mistake? Vote no to reduce Kirchhoff Road's 4 lanes now. Why don't you reduce the speed from 35 to 30? Try that match.
Thank you.
I'm Carol Clark. Before I start, though, I wanted to thank one of your employees publicly for during the storm. Could I do that?
It's your 2 minutes.
All right, forget it. All right, because this I need 2 minutes for. The animal services need some work on. Some of the frivolous spending should be spent instead on services that we used to have and need regarding wild animal and feral animals. There doesn't seem to be any kind of management over the fishing around Kimball Hill, where numerous animals and birds are being injured by fish hooks, lines, and garbage. My neighbor gave up 3 days at work, spent 10 days at the pond trying to help a goose that was injured with a fish hook in its leg with no help from the city. Yet they called her the next day when they needed help with another injured bird, again at her cost and her time, without a stipend or reward financially. In the last few weeks, she has rescued an egret, a hawk, a goose, several ducks, all at her own cost and time. She also spent $600 to have an eye on a feral cat fixed, have it faxed and neutered. We spent $500 on another feral cat to have it faxed and neutered. We regularly spend $100 to feed animals because we have found 3 poisoned possums on our property in less than a year. So we want to have them to have a safe place to find food. And one of them I watched helplessly as he suffered on my driveway after having been poisoned. Another neighbor found a dead half-grown kitten in his backyard last week. Not sure if he starved or was hit by a car or other cause. This is a service that the city should be providing. They used to, as many people want to help these animals but don't have the funds to do it. And if the city expects residents to help out, then they should find a budget for it, instead of frivolous projects that are expensive and unnecessary. We need to provide a vet clinic and some kind of stipend for people that we expect to help the city handle this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Mihao, Raven Lane, back again. I want to talk about animals too. My favorite is the snow leopard. Who am I kidding? It's after 10 p.m. I'm here to talk about the road study again. Addressing some points from the past few hours. Props to Assistant City Manager Glenn Colt for fantastic question answering in his emails to those who like and don't like this idea of lane reduction. To the gentleman that goes by the name Steve from Civil Tech, I want to emphasize, as an engineer in training who doesn't do enough engineering to become a professional engineer, it's no joke. He and his colleagues are excellent experts. What else do I want to say? Psychologically, narrower roads, you go slower on them. You don't have to necessarily change the speed limit. There's studies on it. I'll happily email it to one or more of y'all, or I guess if I email more than 2 of you, I got to email all 7 of you because of FOIA. Alderman Veneziano made some points of like how do you account for a stadium. I did some quick back of the envelope math, percentage-wise. The traffic study accounted for the present increase in Route 53 traffic and like reduced that the count for daily traffic by about 1,300. By my quick math, that's a 6.7% reduction. That's accounting for like Euclid lane or Euclid being a little bit busier. In the same study, the estimate and the discussion for like if the bears come here, I still say if billionaires do what they want with their money. Accounted for 2,600, some 14% increase over the present numbers. So we are at least saying like, hey, there will be more from the bears than there presently is disturbance from Euclid being shut down, or not shut down, reduced. A little bit more myself about as a self-imposed or self-assigned silent majority plurality speaker. I'm an engineer and a lawyer, both parts in my head, and they eventually fall out. I've got 1 kid. I skipped his bedtime today. That's how much I like this idea. Let's go ahead with it. You might see some demographic changes between those that speak in favor and those that don't, for how long they lived here, or just how nice they are. I'm not threatening y'all. And let's be nice and civil about this. Can you give up 20 seconds driving down Kirchhoff to keep people safe?
Thank you.
Hi, Madam Miller. How are you? I'm Joey. I live at 6006 Highland Drive, and I wanted to come and recognize the city for their efforts and resources and echo what Alderperson McHale said, providing help to all of our residents for the storm that happened August 16th. And I wanted to thank Director Grosskopf and his Public Works team, and I'm sure Manager Sabo and Glenn have worked tirelessly too. And I want to thank you guys for my opportunity tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Colleen Thomas. I live on Flicker Lane. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be heard. As I said, I live on Flicker Lane, and I'm going to be a little bit hyper-local at first. It's a block west of this building. Fast-moving cut-through traffic has long been a part of life on our street. Some of it, I'm guessing, stemming from the fear of getting a $200 ticket from a right turn, but that's another issue. Under this plan, with eastbound Kirchhoff going from 2 lanes to 1 lane starting at Flicker, it seems it would create a bottleneck and backup on eastbound Kirchhoff and be nearly impossible to take a left from my street, Flicker to Kirchhoff. Would this discourage some of that cut-through traffic? If so, yay. That's a benefit. Would this inconvenience me and my neighbors trying to drive to Jewel? We may have to drive to a stoplighted intersection like those at Kirchhoff and Owl or Kirchhoff and Rawling. I would live with that, but it seems that this would push traffic to other residential side streets, an annoyance and a slight hazard there. I imagine that similar scenarios would play out at other non-lighted places where it's difficult to take a left onto Kirchhoff from businesses and multifamily housing driveways. Long backups on side streets where it's hard to go left, I believe, is one of the trade-offs which Civil Tech, who I've heard is a highly regarded firm, does not mention unless it's on page 394 or something. I'm all for trying to create a safer walk and especially bike-friendly corridor as well as a community building area, but we can bet most people won't be suddenly donating to Cars for Kids because of a safer walking scene. Residents will still continue to drive in town and face delays. However, to me, it will be a worthwhile sacrifice. Perhaps it's time for a new approach to solving transportation and other sticky issues in Rolling Meadows. The 800-pound gorilla is Arlington Park, and I think it's fortunate that this dialogue is happening in our city at this crucial moment in our history. And I came here, never mind. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dale Engelking, Ward 6. I think changing the Kirchhoff Road to 2 lanes is a bad idea. As one of the past owners of a store on Kirchhoff, he went around and talked to all the businesses on Kirchhoff Road, and there wasn't not one business that was in support of changing it from 4 lanes to 2. He, except for one. That's the property the city owns. The city wants it. So, but every other business on Kirchhoff Road. And some of them said that if they knew that it was going to be reduced to 2 lanes, that they wouldn't even come to Rolling Meadows. So while the city manager wants to maybe spend $70,000 on a consultant on a TIF district on Algonquin Road to promote business, how are you going to promote business if businesses that are already here would not have come here if they would have known that it was 1 lane or down to 2 lanes? Another thing, I traveled Kirchhoff Road the last couple of months, and I count the people on the sidewalks, and the most I've ever seen is 8 people. Now I've gone mid-morning, mid-afternoon, early evening, later evening, 8 people were the most. So as far as changing the sidewalk to accommodate more people, now granted during the 4th of July parade, Corn Fest, things like that, there are a lot more people. I see more people on Meadow Lane than I do on Kirchhoff. So me thinking, I think it's a bad idea. I know a lot of them. We aren't Evanston. We have management people that don't even live in this town that are pushing for things that the residents do not want. So I think it's a good idea we just keep it 4 lanes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Saffron. Some of the points that were even brought up at the Committee of the Whole meeting tonight were ideas that now that we're looking at more e-bike traffic, we're putting e-bikes on the road. I don't feel that being the safest opportunity for them either. They don't have insurance. If they hit a car that's making a turn or something like that, how are we going to catch them? Maybe there'll be a camera, maybe there won't, but they have a bigger opportunity to just hit and run, as kids probably would. So I'm hearing that tonight. I know that we're going to have more e-bike traffic. Parking on Kirchhoff, where there's no businesses there to...
Apologies, Mr. Cho. Can you please pause his clock? Thank you. Please continue. I'm so sorry for that.
Parking on Kirchhoff, if there's no businesses currently there to support it, if someone's parking there because it's allowed now, someone could be passing on the right thinking it's still an open lane, and obviously they're not paying attention, another rear end collision. More accidents because we're allowing, something that people are not going to be used to because there's nothing to promote parking on the street. Again, really not seeing this as a benefit to our downtown area. So again, other views that just came up tonight that just don't seem to support it along with the businesses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Alex. I live on Grouse Lane. Being in a transportation engineer, all this is very familiar to me. The modeling that Civil Tech uses, we regularly work with them. We regularly use the software they use. It is a very reliable tool and very powerful one. And I'm glad that we made that decision to go forward with that study from our meeting in March to further see if it's really viable. And I do believe in this report and their findings that this is a good option and that we should pursue this. We have better pedestrian safety, bicycle safety. We have good progression. We can, with our timing of our traffic signals down the corridor, we can optimize those timings. We can reallocate those timings. All this can be worked around. We can utilize that other improvements, such as rectangular flashing beacons, like over there in Mount Prospect that they use. When I think of a central corridor, a centralized area, usually think of the smaller streets. Usually think ones, storefronts close by. And I know we had that talk with the rezoning, and I'm glad that went forward. And if that's the proposal that we're going with, then I think that going with this lane reduction with the road diet would further amplify that central Rolling Meadows feeling, that this is something that we should pursue. It would attract more options for people to go there besides having to drive their car all the time. It would make them feel safer. And I think we should move forward pursuing this. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Miranda Chine. I live on South Street, and apologies if this speech isn't good because I just wrote it standing here. But so after listening to these arguments for a couple hours, I just do not understand. I will ask everybody, do we want to live on an on-ramp or do we want to live on Rolling Meadows? Because it does not seem in the best interest of the city of Rolling Meadows to completely ignore this plan. After listening to the issues that constituents proposed, I think the extreme majority of the issues have been extensively considered in the plan. Like, compared to the amount of time we've been thinking about Kirchhoff Road and what it goes on, with the traffic lights and the timing, the people who wrote this study spent a lot of time thinking about it, more than anybody. I've spent a lot of time thinking about it. I know for a fact that regardless of what business owners say, concrete traffic calming measures are really good for businesses. I can provide sources if needed. When I read this plan, I was really, really, really excited to get to live in a town that was given this opportunity. I'm from a place in Florida with one road, 2 lanes. I know what it's like to live on a road with one road, 2 lanes, no other options. This is not what I've experienced in Illinois with on-street parking. I understand the big issues that a lot of people have proposed. I've really thought about them. I've considered a lot. But just regardless of what their opinions are, like, just look at the effects of rather than what people are saying, just what would really be in people's best interest. And regardless of safety, I think that the proposed changes would just make Rolling Meadows a more enjoyable place to spend time.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm Betsy D. Jamis, and one lesson here is don't follow your daughter. Because she very eloquently kind of spoke what she's been saying for quite a while about this report. We've been here for 4 years. We are located in the corridor. But we've been coming here since the early 90s for family, so we know this area very well. And during the pandemic, we chose to move here after 20 years in Florida. Those 20 years in Florida, I spent as a developer, a commercial developer doing placemaking and sustainable development. And you can't get wider, faster, more unsafe roads than in Southwest Florida. And people learned really quickly in those small towns, Estero, Bonita Springs, Fort Myers, Naples, that if you want a place for somebody to know your community best, you need a small central place, a calming place where people feel comfortable meeting up, walking to, riding their bikes. I would like to go talk to the businesses, because I can't believe the businesses on that stretch of Kirchhoff don't support this. In all of my work in the 20 plus years, on the street, on the sidewalk, businesses were the most successful. The ones that are in the back of the parking lot, all those cars don't stop. It's a destination. Whereas when you're on the road, it becomes, oh, what's this? And walk in and have business that you unexpectedly. I do want to say all the work that I was ever successful with was based on staff work. Listen to the staff. As a developer who often fought with council and staff, it always works out better. And if they have
Time's
surety
up.
in this, okay,
Thank you.
listen.
Save the best for last.
I don't know about that. I'm Annette Zaffron. I live at 2309 Central Road. And I basically want to say approximately 2 years ago, thank you, Chris. Approximately 2 years ago, there was a meeting at the old firehouse when this plan was kind of mentioned about the road, Kirchhoff Road, and the vision that they had for this by some of the aldermen at the time. And even then, no one liked the idea of the businesses along Kirchhoff Road being shut down by or eliminated or losing business because other businesses were coming in. But since that time, and even before that time, have we seen any other interest in the businesses coming to Rolling Meadows on those three property lots, outlots by the townhomes, or the Owl Street lot? Nobody is approaching us. Does that tell you something? That nobody really wants to open a business here. Yet you want to close down Kirchhoff Road, eliminate more traffic so there's less traffic to even view if there's another business opened here. And I want to keep one thing in mind. They always said you can't fight City Hall. Well, the residents have been trying, and we've given you lots and lots of good reasons from our viewpoints, from our daily living, from seeing it every day, from experiencing it. But do you all listen? No, because it's your little babies and you want to see it grow to maturity. But even in spite of that, I want to remind you one thing. All of you, and unfortunately a
Your
lot
time's
of you
up.
too,
Thank you very much.
will no
Thank you.
longer be
Thank you very
available.
much. We still have
You
an
are
individual
not
behind
going to
you.
be here, and
I have
legacy
warned.
will
Excuse me.
end.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Your
Can
legacy will live on.
Excuse me. Thank you. As a reminder, we have a lot of individuals who would like to make sure that they are heard this evening. The council has listened to every single one, and therefore we need to make sure that we are respecting one another. Please approach.
Thank you. How you doing tonight? First of all, somebody's phone is here. I want to say something that we've had a lot of emotion here tonight. And I will say that it's okay if we don't agree with each other. Totally okay. In fact, we need that in a democracy. But we can still watch out for each other. We can still love each other. We can still socialize and enjoy ourselves. And we don't need to agree with everything. I've heard a lot of emotion tonight, a lot. But I ask those people that are disagreeing with this and showing so much emotion, did you actually read the study? Good for you, you read it. Because I bet most people haven't read the study. And that's important. You have to have your facts if you're going to speak. The second thing is,
you touched my heart tonight. I'm a huge, huge supporter of our furry friends. And I was surprised we don't have anything for that. I was surprised I learned something tonight. So I guess I can go home, but no. I saw this post on Facebook of that duck with the fish hook, and I melted, because we gotta support our furry friends. We need to do something. So I guess I'm gonna have to go to Mayor, the Committee of the Whole is where I would start, or environmental maybe, to get some, maybe we can aim for getting an animal welfare officer or something. A lot of towns have them. Animal control, is that what they? So I want to do that. I'll talk with you, Kevin, later about this. Okay, thank you so much. And oh, I forgot, and I mean this every time I say it. Thank you, each and one of you, for doing what you're doing to support us and guide us and all the hard work you do. God bless you all. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you. At this time, public comment has concluded, which now brings us to the remainder of our agenda. So there has been a request from staff to defer item A, so I'm looking for a motion to postpone the first reading consideration of ordinance number 25-00, which is to amend Chapter 34 and Appendix B of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Rolling Meadows regarding alarm systems and associated fees and fines to the next meeting. Thank you, Alderman O'Brien, for the first and Alderman Budmats for the second. Is there any discussion regarding the postponement to the next council meeting for this item? Yes.
Never mind, you clarified.
Okay. All right. Yes, Alderman Kohler.
So, thank you, Mayor. The only reason I think we're postponing this is so we get clarity on the changes that were in the ordinance. And once we have that, then I think it's ready to go.
That is correct. So this would come back then at the September meeting. All right. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Kohler.
Yes.
McHale.
Yes.
Budmats.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Veneziano.
Yes.
Boucher.
Yes.
Reyes.
Yes.
With 7 in favor and none opposed, item A then will be postponed to return at the next city council meeting. This brings us to item B, ordinance number 25-00. Oh, this is a consent agenda? Oh my gosh, wonderful. All right.
Maybe.
All right. That's why I took off A. The remaining 11 items, A, B, or B through L, are now on our consent agenda. Is there any alderperson who wishes to remove any other items from the consent agenda? Alderman Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to remove G and H, and they're together, really, because they're kind of tied, so we can discuss those together. And then item I.
Okay, so item G, H, and I.
Thank you.
Alderman Boucher?
J and K.
Forget it. Okay. So let's return this. So now we have a consent agenda item with 1, 2, 3, 4,
Excuse me,
5,
Madam Mayor.
6. Yes,
I
Alderman
had the
Kohler.
wrong ones. She's picked the right ones. J and K is what I wanted to discuss, not G and H, so those can go on consent.
Oh, look at that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any other items that the council wishes to pull from the consent agenda? Okay. So, one moment.
Says IJK.
So, with the remaining 8 items, I need a motion to consider these the consent agenda for ordinances in order for one motion. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman McHale for the first and Alderman O'Brien for the second. This includes item B, ordinance number 25-00, to grant a special use permit for outdoor business activities, permanent in compliance with 122.76 inches, party time HDO, doing business as Pro EM National Events, 5300 Newport Drive. Item C, ordinance number 25-00, to grant a variation from the city's minimum side yard setback and floor area ratio regulations, 2806 Deerfield Court. Item D, ordinance number 25-00, to grant an expanded special use permit for a veterinary clinic, animal hospital of Rolling Meadows at 3993, 3995 Algonquin Road. Item E, ordinance number 25-00, to modify the city's zoning regulations to convert the city's minimum parking requirements to non-binding recommendations for most land uses and update other off-street parking regulations. Item F, ordinance number 25-00, to modify the city's zoning regulations to comprehensively amend the city's landscaping and screening regulations and promote the use of native species in landscaping. Item G, ordinance number 25-00, to update the city's building regulations concerning parking lot design. Item H, ordinance number 25-00, to update the city's property maintenance regulations to incorporate enabling regulations for native landscaping. And lastly, item L, ordinance number 25-00, to amend Chapter 106 entitled Traffic and Vehicles of the Code of Ordinances, Rolling Meadows, Illinois, in order to regulate the use of low-speed electric bicycles within the city of Rolling Meadows, in for first reading. The question is, shall the ordinances be moved forward for second reading? Will the clerk please call the roll?
McHale.
Yes.
Bud Matts.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Veneziano.
Yes.
Boucher.
Yes.
Reyes.
Yes.
Kohler.
Yes.
With 7 in favor and none opposed, those ordinances will be moved forward for second reading. This brings us back to the items that were pulled. Alderman Kohler, you pulled item I, ordinance number 25-00, to clarify the city's ban upon the retail sale of hemp-derived THC and prohibit underage persons from accessing licensed specialty shops and smoking lounges, in for first reading. So you looking for a motion first to consider this and a second? Thank you, Alderman O'Brien, for the first and Alderman McHale for the second. Alderman Kohler, you pulled this, so you have first comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This one here is, of course, a touchy one with me, and I mentioned it before. I'm sensitive to the issue related for a couple reasons. One, I did review this with City Manager and Assistant City Manager Cole, and they did a good job at meeting my expectations of what we wanted there. So thank you for doing that. It's a chemistry issue, and unfortunately, they actually sat and listened to my chemistry lesson during our meeting. And it's a tricky one. And it is an issue that's being addressed, and I just was in Washington, D.C. talking about this, as well as Springfield on this topic. It's being addressed at state and federal levels. So the only thing I ask is before we get, so I will be in favor, and I would recommend going forward to the second reading. But between now and then, two things. One is I want a chance to review it and see how it aligns with those federal and state things. And I know you're aware that there are those issues because we talk about that. So that we're not changing it again to make sure that we're in line with the state and federal regulations. And so we can do that. The second thing I would like to know if the business owner who had asked us to look at this again, I'd like him to look at what we have here and see what his input is. Maybe you've already done that, but see what his input is. He's not here tonight, but I'd like to hear his input before we go to the final reading on this. If that's acceptable, we can take a vote.
Are there any other questions, comments, or for discussion? Seeing none, the question is, shall this ordinance be moved forward for second reading? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Bud Matts.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Veneziano.
Yes.
Boucher.
Yes.
Reyes.
Yes.
Kohler.
Yes.
McHale.
Yes.
With 7 in favor, none opposed, this ordinance does move forward for second reading. This now brings us to item J, ordinance number 25-00, to increase by 1 the number of available smoking lounge licenses. Almajaz Corporation, aka Mazaji Lounge, at 5540 New Wilkie Road, in for first reading. Looking for a first and then a second for this to be considered.
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman McHale, for the first and Alderman Boucher for the second. Alderman Boucher, you pulled this, so you have first comment.
I was not for the hookah lounge when it came through for a special use permit, and I'm just staying consistent that I still don't believe we should be adding a smoking lounge to our repertoire of businesses. So I just wanted to pull that to voice that I am still not agreeing with the hookah lounge. That's it.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Are there any other comments or questions from council? Yes, Alderman Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question on this, aside not ever having supported this, is a business for Rolling Meadows. The second question is, following this ordinance, there's a second ordinance which has also been pulled about indoor smoking in the smoking lounges. My question to City Manager, can I address the City Manager?
At this time, we're not looking at item K because that has to be pulled, so we're
Okay.
just looking at item J. If
Well,
there's,
it relates, is item J, I'm proving it, would they be under item K if that's approved? That's my only question.
Go ahead, Assistant City Manager.
Yes, Alderman. Item K in part is introducing
is introducing new language now that the city would be issuing its first of this type of license.
So the item J would be under the restriction, the new ordinance K, or the grandfathered in before. That's my question.
They would be part of that new ordinance K. I'd defer to the city attorney, but I think you could even adopt them in the reverse order at your next meeting if you would like to.
Comment?
Well, the first item J, it relates to just a codification issue that wasn't addressed at the time that the special use permit was issued on it, to allow for the increase in the smoking lounge classifications by 1. So this item J relates more to the historical decision of the city council. Item K gives some clarification to the definition of smoking lounge as provided in the city code. So they are connected, but you can vote on them in the order that they're presented.
So my question is, if we approve the definitions and the ordinance associated with the definitions around us and regulations around us smoking, and then would the approval of the special use be under that ordinance, or do we have to?
The approval of the special use has already occurred. So the definition of the smoking lounge is just being clarified. There is a definition in the city code currently as to smoking lounge. So if you didn't approve item K, the city code definition with respect to a smoking lounge would stay the same. But item J relates to the special use permit that was previously issued for an establishment. So they would fall under that existing definition of a smoking lounge.
Thank you. That's what I need to know. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments from council? All right, hearing none, the question is, shall item J be moved forward for second reading? Will the clerk please call the roll?
O'Brien.
Yes.
Veneziano.
Yes.
Boucher.
No.
Reyes.
Yes.
Kohler.
No.
McHale.
Yes.
Bud Matts.
No.
4 in favor and 3 against. So this moves forward for second reading. This brings us to item K, ordinance number 25-00, to clarify the city code concerning smoking lounges and indoor smoking in for first reading. Looking for a motion to move this forward for second reading. Thank you, Alderman Boucher, for the first, and Alderman O'Brien for the second. Alderman Boucher, you pulled this, so you have first comment.
I was just wondering, I know there was a lot of talk when we first talked about the smoking lounge to verify city code and how can we make sure a bar couldn't say I'm smoking. So I was just wondering if, Mr. Cole, sorry, your title has gone straight out of my brain.
Assistant
after
City
4
Manager.
hours. Thank you.
There's 6 words. You've got a good chance.
I know, right? Can you just explain to everybody what this is that we are clarifying in K so it's kind of out there in the public knowledge of what we're looking to do with K?
Sure. So, to try to be concise on a technical issue, there are a few exceptions to the Smoke-Free Illinois Act. One is for retail tobacco stores. Apparently, the thought was that, if you're in a tobacco store, you should be able to smoke tobacco. And so, smoking lounges, wherever they are in the state, operate under this exemption, which first applied to tobacco stores that were in existence before like 2008 or so. And then after that year, you could still open a new one and qualify for the exemption, so you could still smoke legally indoors if it was in a freestanding building and subject to certain other requirements. The city has never had like a smoking lounge license like this before. I understand there might have been like a cigar shop or something many years ago, but in this licensing scheme, this is the first time. So as this potential license is coming through, we're just adding, we're just aligning a few things to make clear some unclear parts of state law. So one is that a retail tobacco shop has to meet certain income requirements. We include those requirements. We ask for a copy of the affidavit they have to file saying they meet those. The second, state law says they can't be licensed as a bar. It's not really clear what that means. We say that they can't have any liquor license or video gaming license. Third, it says they can't be licensed as a restaurant. Again, that's not entirely clear what that means. We say that there's only certain types of food service they can engage in under the food code. And then finally, we actually close down our local exemption for all of those retail tobacco stores, just to properly licensed smoking lounges. So it's really just clarifying a few things in the code, make sure there are no loopholes left in should the council grant that foregoing item.
Any other questions?
Nope, that was good.
Alderman Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Assistant City Manager Cole explained exactly what we're trying to get here is put clarification on the states as it applies to our local ordinance. So I appreciate what you've done, and I would say that we probably should go ahead with this, move it forward, because it's that lack of clarity which is part of my problem in the past. So thank you for doing that.
Any other questions or comments on that item? Okay, hearing none, the question is, shall this ordinance be moved forward for a second reading? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Veneziano.
Yes.
Boucher.
Yes.
Reyes.
Yes.
Kohler.
Yes.
McHale.
Yes.
Bud Matts.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
With 7 in favor and unopposed, this ordinance moves forward for a second reading. At this time, we have new business. Item M, we need a motion to ratify the payment of bills on warrant for August 12th, 2025. Is there a motion to ratify that warrant?
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman Boucher for the first and Alderman Veneziano for the second. Is there any discussion regarding the ratification of the payment of bills on warrant for August 12th, 2025? Hearing none, the question is, shall the warrant be ratified? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Boucher.
Yes.
Reyes.
Yes.
Kohler.
Yes.
McHale.
Yes.
Bud Matts.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Veneziano.
Yes.
With 7 in favor and none opposed, that warrant is ratified, which brings us to item N, motion to approve payment of bills on warrant for August 26, 2025. Is there a motion to approve this warrant?
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman McHale for the first and
Second.
Alderman Boucher for the second. Is there any discussion regarding the approving of payment of bills on warrant for August 26, 2025? Hearing none, the question is, shall the warrant be approved? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Reyes.
Yes.
Kohler.
Yes.
McHale.
Yes.
Bud Matts.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Veneziano.
Yes.
Boucher.
Yes.
With 7 in favor and unopposed, that warrant is approved. This now brings us to our consent resolutions. The consent agenda includes 8 items, items O through V. Does any alderperson wish to remove any item from the consent agenda for resolutions this evening? All right, very well. Seeing none, the chair declares it in order for one motion to consider the 8 resolutions in one motion without debate. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman McHale for the first and Alderman O'Brien for the second. Item O, resolution number 25-R-68, which is to approve the proposal of SB Friedman Development Advisors, LLC, for professional tax increment financing consulting services regarding the study and establishment of the Algonquin Road / Keystone Court TIF District. Item P, resolution number 25-R-69, to approve the proposal of SB Friedman Development Advisors, LLC, for professional tax increment financing consulting services regarding the study and establishment of the Algonquin Road Orchard Drive TIF District. Item Q, resolution number 25-R-70, to award a contract to Franklin Park Plumbing Co., Incorporated for the supply and installation of trench drains located at the Public Works Facility in the amount of $112,280.00. Item R, resolution number 25-R-71, to award a contract for 3 sanitary sewer point repairs in accordance with the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District, MWRD, in an amount of $99,868.18 to Concept Plumbing Incorporated. Item S, resolution number 25-R-72, to award a professional services agreement for the Phase 2 engineering and land acquisition services for the replacement of the Meadowbrook Industrial Bridge over Salt Creek and Meadowbrook Storm Sewer Replacement for Engineering Resource Associates in a not-to-exceed amount of $392,591.00. Item T, resolution number 25-R-73, to award a contract to DCG Roofing Solutions Incorporated for the replacement of the City Hall roof in a not-to-exceed amount of $603,495.00. Item U, resolution number 25-R-74, to award a contract to Baxter and Woodman Bowler Construction, LLC, for pumping station number 5 revisions in a not-to-exceed the amount of $406,698.00. And item V, resolution number 25-R-75, to award a contract for the driveway replacement at pump station number 1, located at 3201 Central Road in the amount of $37,800.00 to Brothers Asphalt Paving Incorporated. The question is, shall the resolutions be adopted? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Kohler.
Yes.
McHale.
Yes.
Bud Matts.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Veneziano.
Yes.
Boucher.
Yes.
Reyes.
With 7 in favor and none opposed, those resolutions are adopted. This now brings us to other business and reports. There is mayoral appointment for a vacancy at Planning and Zoning for Mr. Tom Roos. Is there a motion to approve this appointment?
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman McHale for the first and Alderman O'Brien for the second. Is there any discussion regarding the approval of the appointment? All right, hearing none. The question is, shall the appointment be approved? Will the clerk please call the roll?
McHale.
Yes.
Bud Matts.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Veneziano.
Yes.
Boucher.
Yes.
Reyes.
Yes.
Kohler.
Yes.
With 7 in favor and none opposed, that appointment is approved. There are no mayoral proclamations nor city clerk's report this evening. We do have city staff reports. I will defer to City Manager Rob Sabo for our community items of interest.
Thank you, Mayor. Given the late hour, I'm going to defer the community items to the next meeting. All of the events are coming up after our next council meeting, so no further comment on that item for this evening.
Excellent. Similarly, for the other items here in this report, the financial reports are in the packet, and if council has any questions regarding the reports, please do contact Finance Director Molly Talkington. Similarly, with the July 2025 new business report, it is in the packet, and if there are any questions regarding the report, please reach out to Assistant City Manager / Community Development Director Glenn Cole. The September 9th, 2025 City Council draft agenda is also in the packet. If you have any questions, council can reach out to City Manager Rob Sabo. One reminder, this was a very long meeting. This is not typical for us, even with intense subjects. We don't stack the meetings beginning in September. As I mentioned at the very beginning in 6:30, the second and the fourth Tuesday of the month are our city council our city council meetings. And then the third Tuesday of the month is our committee of the whole. All of those meetings start at 7 p.m. for a regularly scheduled agenda. At this time, for our matters not on the agenda, there was some comment this evening regarding animal control. And so I would ask that staff provide an overview of the current process of being able to either report injured animals or which agency ultimately our residents can reach out to regarding those matters.
We do have a CSO that does handle animal control matters. We can look further into ordinances that have been on the books, off the books over the years and try to consolidate them and report back on what our services are.
Okay, then we'll take a look at that then later for City Council. City Manager Rob Sabo, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, and one of the topics that came up with respect to fishing at Kimball Hill Park, we have communicated with the Park District and are working closely with them on collaboration on solutions to that issue. We are aware and that has been brought to our attention, and it's certainly not something that we've ignored. So we are working with the Park District. It is within their property and boundary, but we're trying to collaborate to the extent we can with them on a solution.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Are there any other matters not on the agenda this evening that the council wishes to discuss? Okay, hearing none, there is a request to go into closed session. So, and that is under Section 2C2 of the Open Meetings Act regarding union negotiations. Do I have a motion to enter? Yes, thank you, Alderman Kohler and Alderman Boucher for the second. Is there any discussion regarding going into closed session this evening? All right, hearing none, the question is, shall we go into closed session? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Bud Matts.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Veneziano.
Yes.
Boucher.
Yes.
Reyes.
Yes.
Kohler.
Yes.
McHale.
With 7 in favor and unopposed, we will now enter into closed session. The audience and press are advised that we do not anticipate taking any action upon returning to open session. Thank you.